All right, good morning. Some Chinese stocks look like they're up this morning. Strategy in the top of Friday's price action. No, that's Friday. Okay. Bitcoin. All right, trying to push higher. Bitcoin. PepsiCo. Pepsi is up, gapping up this morning.
LGHL. 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 LGHL.
All right, we're due for some seasonality, some volatility.
GRI. LGHL.
Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, August 24th. We've got about 10 minutes to go for the opening bell.
LGHL. LGHL. LGHL.
All right, let's see what else is working today. Okay, we got a mix of stocks this morning. Lately, we've been seeing semiconductors and tech. Today, we have a mix of consumer staples, some Bitcoin related names. Keep an eye on gold stocks as well. Gold has been trending. Okay, we're up again today. Gold on the move.
CSTK.
Okay. Let's see. New York Fangs are mixed. Let's just look at them real quick. Apple, daily. Apple daily. Okay, we're a little higher on Apple. Amazon, a little lower on Amazon than Friday. Broadcom, still below the 50, but trying to get back above the 200-day. It was on top of the 200-day. We're down here, new lows again on Broadcom. Chips seem to be off again. Semis, yeah, that's off. SMH, SOXL. All right, so we won't be focused on those today, I don't think, unless they start to bounce. Micron, nope. Okay, Google. Okay, inside day on Google so far. Meta. Okay, Meta's a bit higher. It is fading a little bit at the moment. Microsoft, we're looking for Microsoft to push off of this area. It's right at the bottom of last week's range, Microsoft. NVIDIA, inside day, NVIDIA with earnings. Okay, so we got earnings on Wednesday after the close for NVIDIA. Might get a run out of that one. Netflix at the top of Friday's range, a little bit higher. Tesla had a nice run over the last few weeks. Inside day, we're stalling right at the 50-day. Tesla. And Snowflake had a nice bounce on Friday inside day to start. So the New York Fangs are mixed at the moment. New York Fangs are mixed. Okay, so we'd like to see this turn a bit higher. RSI is flat to slightly higher. MACD stochastics are fading. So it'd be nice to see NVIDIA continue. NVIDIA is on the move right now. NVIDIA. Okay, so NVIDIA's starting to move here. I'll keep an eye on that one. Okay, let me run a scan real quick.
LGHL. CAPR. SNDQ. LITZ. DAIC.
Okay, we got a little bit more than 2 minutes to go.
DAIC. AXTX. DAIC.
Okay, Apple popping up, NVIDIA looking good.
DXTX.
1 minute to go.
DAIC. DAIC. AXTX. DAIC.
Okay, we are open.
SOXS.
Okay, futures.
SDOT. SNDQ. COIN.
Okay.
DAIC halted to the upside. PFAI halted.
0 day. Okay.
EXK.
All right, Tesla, we got some selling. We got selling on Netflix as well.
SNDQ.
Apple selling.
SOXS.
Okay, the New York Fangs are off at the moment. NVIDIA looked promising. That's already starting to show some profit taking.
AAOZ. XPON. PZN. DWTX. KNSL. SUJA. SDOT. ONT. NSSC. LGHL.
Okay, so we got support right here at 76.45 area.
CAPR. AAOZ.
Let's look at not net.
AAOZ. SBIO.
Net open interest. Okay, we got some resistance starting overhead around 7,700.
MSTZ.
GEMI. PZA. DWTX. SDOT. KNSL. ONT. SUJA. NSSC. RUM. CBRG. INCR. ZSTK.
AAOZ.
EBER. AAOZ.
All right, 77, 76,
NSSC.
7,700, 7,600.
GHL. XPON.
RFA
SDOT.
halted. QBTZ.
SUJA. GEMI.
XPON.
USDE. NSSC. CYPH. RFA.
INCR
BRLS.
halted to the upside. GEMI. RGTZ. MSTZ.
LUCY.
Okay, Google and Amazon catching a bid now.
LGHL.
Everything that was up is down.
XPON.
Amazon and Google are up. Okay,
USDE.
Amazon moving.
NSSC.
AAOZ.
DXST.
QBTZ. MSTZ. SNDQ.
LUCY.
KEEL.
LGHL.
RGTZ.
XPON.
IONZ. RKLZ. PLTZ.
Amazon.
BRLS. USA.
Okay, Nvidia is off. There goes Amazon and Google. Google going.
MSTZ. NBIZ.
LUCY.
Google. Normal volume. Trying to turn here on the daily.
SSC.
Back up towards the 50-day.
BWAB.
SUPX.
BMNU.
BTCT. APDD.
CRCG.
XPON.
QBTZ. NBIZ.
All right, Pinduo, Duo, Orly, Monster, Airbnb, CrowdStrike. Those are the top 5 on the NASDAQ 100. Pinduo, Duo, PDD, Orly, Automotive, Monster Beverages, Strategy, and Kraft Heinz. They keep jumping around. Walmart looks like it's got a bid. Google on the move here. Google.
NBIZ. SPCH.
XPON. CBRX.
BTCT. SNDQ.
BTCT. DXST.
PDD.
APDD.
DAIC may res in 10 seconds.
OLOX.
EFAI may res in 10 seconds. NSSC.
LGHL.
NBIZ.
EMAT.
OAIW may res in 10 seconds.
CRCD. LUCY. CBRX. SDOT.
CBRX.
TCAN.
SNDQ.
IPST.
IPST.
LGHL. LSTA.
CENX.
Okay, S&P chopping around.
KEEL.
LUCY. SDOT. TCAN.
QBTZ.
IPST.
RFAI may resume in less than a minute.
CYPH. XPON.
SA.
LSTA. LGHL.
All right, Amazon,
CY.
Google,
NX.
they're holding up very well. Microsoft holding up.
May resume in less than a minute.
LUCY.
HTZ.
PF Bessent.
PFSA halted to the upside. KEL.
STOT. XYN.
Carnival Cruise Lines. We looked at that one last week. Carnival's got a little bit higher than normal volume this morning, pre-market. Turning the corner.
LUC1.
I may rest in 10 seconds. NUAI. SNTQ. AMC. INCR may rest in 10 seconds.
LGHL. XNDG. EMC.
CBRX. DFNS halted down. And now.
XYN.
Okay, I sold a little Carnival Cruise Lines into that gap up this morning, watching the S&P.
CY.
Apple.
NUAI.
Okay, we have September calls on Apple. Amazon looking good. Google,
AMC.
Microsoft.
NBIZ.
XYN.
SNDQ.
LUC1. LST.
Netflix looking for the bounce. Netflix,
AOC.
Carnival. Now, what's SpaceX doing? SpaceX with the bounce.
JZ. AMC.
JZ. NBIZ.
XPON. LST. LUC1.
Okay, S&P 500. Steel Dynamics is the top stock on the list. We've got relative volume, 24 times on the gap up this morning.
LGHL.
Let's see, Steel Dynamics.
JZ. AMC.
LABD. QGEN halted. GDXD.
LST. XPON.
AAOC. NUAI. SGML. DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
CANG. LGHL.
LABD. GDXD.
Okay. Steel Dynamics.
STOT.
Steel Dynamics
AXST.
up 4.7% after trade talks between the U.S. and Canada collapsed. Okay, so that's why it's up. Is that good news? I don't know. Okay, Microsoft looking good here. Microsoft above the pre-market high, following through.
CRCD. LITZ.
EXYN.
IONC.
AE.
Microsoft still moving.
RGTZ.
SPOT.
DAIC halted to the upside.
CT.
Don't see any news here.
SMCZ.
Nvidia is still falling. Okay, Meta's on the move now. Meta.
IRPC. EMEA.
AE. SPOT.
All right, Netflix is turning up. All of those look good. Microsoft looking good. S&P is chomping around.
PFSA may rise in 10 seconds. PFSA may resume in less than a minute. LTZ.
BGM. SPON. XYN.
EXYN.
SPOT.
DNS may res in 10 seconds. BMEA. SMCZ. SDOT.
Mhm.
BGM. XPON. LGHL.
NBIZ.
SPOT.
BCIG.
BCIG.
All right, a little bit of fade, a little profit taking. S&P turning down a bit.
GEN may expire in a minute. LTZ.
XPON.
AAOZ. GDXD.
MAT.
IRPZ. CRCD.
LGHL. BTCT. LST.
LOFF.
LUC1.
GDXD. SPCH.
XPON.
QGEN may res in 10 seconds.
SUGP.
CRCD.
LGHL.
LGHL.
LUC1.
GDXD.
XPON. BTCT.
All right, let's keep an eye on Trace here. We continue to move a bit lower.
CRCD. CORD.
LGHL.
LGHL.
LUC1. SPOT.
BMEA. GDXC may resume in less than a minute.
USD. AXTX. XPON. BTCT.
CONI.
SUGP.
SMCZ.
DXST. LGHL.
CRCD. NBIZ. CORD. SNDQ. QBTZ. IONZ. BMEA. BMNZ. LITZ. CONI.
SUGP.
Okay, let's see. Futures continue to drop off here.
DAIC may res in 10 seconds.
All right, just waiting. All right, so we could be heading down towards this 7,600 level
SA may resume in less than a
to
minute.
start.
CRCD.
We're off more than 30.
SUPS.
Futures off more than 30.
NZ. IRPZ. SMCZ. NBIZ. CONI.
Okay, Microsoft hanging tough.
IONZ.
Monster Beverages up today. That's a nice follow through. About 2 times pre-market volume.
NCT1.
RKLZ.
DFNS. DAIC.
BULL.
MAT.
DFSA may res in 10 seconds. DAIC vaulted to the upside.
Okay, Monster looking good. Monster Beverages.
DAIC.
ASST. BULL.
Okay, last week it was Coca-Cola, right? Last week it was Coke, Pepsi,
LGHL.
all right, PepsiCo, PEP, PepsiCo. Okay,
AAOX. XPON.
ABTC. BERA.
CANG.
CANG. BULL.
BEX.
FIGR. ASST.
And CT1.
all right, futures, a little bounce.
BTCX halted.
XPON.
XPON halted to the upside.
DFNX. LGHL.
Okay, coming back in the other direction now. Okay,
QGEN may resume in less than a minute.
GIPR.
TRON. FIGR. HTZ.
AXTX. CAPR.
CANG.
okay, Monsters fine. KDP, Keurig Dr. Pepper, another name in the group.
ASST. GIPR.
LUC1. And CT1. DFNX.
QGEN may rise in 10 seconds.
USD.
CANG. PFSA halted down. ASST.
CANG. LUC1. And CT1.
S&P starting to bounce. Okay,
AIXC.
we're right at the 21-day moving average, that dotted orange line. We're looking for a bounce. Thursday's low tested.
SYN. SPOT. LUC1. And CT1.
SMCZ.
SPOT. LUC1.
Waiting for the markets to stabilize a little bit or fade more.
EW.
If we start fading, 7,600's down below.
SMCZ. BMEA. DAIC may resume in less than a minute. ECPW.
LGHL.
EMAT. SMCZ. SOXS. LGHL. DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
LGHL.
BMEA. EMAT. NPWR.
DAIC.
S&P trying to hold on, just sitting here waiting. Okay, Google's still pushing. Take a look at Google. Google and Amazon still looking pretty decent. Google turning the corner, headed back towards the 21-day and the 50-day overhead.
DAIC.
SMCZ.
NCTY.
LGHL.
LGHL. GIPR. BTCT.
BMEA. ETPW. BTCX may res in 10 seconds. XPON may res in 10 seconds.
NCTY. GIPR. BTCT.
EMATSA may resume in less than a minute. SOXS. QGEN may resume in less than a minute.
XPON.
NBRTAC halted to the upside. WR. CONI. RGTZ. CANG.
GIPR. BTCT.
LITZ.
XPON.
EFSA may res in 10 seconds. ETPW. QGEN may res in 10 seconds. EMAT.
Okay. Google, Amazon still looking good. Amazon. Okay, Amazon looks pretty decent. If we can get back above the 21-day, Amazon looking really special. 21-day is right there. Need to get above that 21-day.
SSPC. BMEA.
Okay, S&P is starting to bounce a bit more.
XPON.
CANG.
CANG. LGHL.
BMEA. PUSA. SCCZ.
LGHL.
S&P is not moving. Let's keep an eye on Trace.
HNGE.
Okay, we're hovering right at 76.50. Is there anything there? Yex. There's a lot in this area, actually. Non-zero day. 0 day, there's some support right here at 76.45.
CANG. DAIC may resume in less than a minute. BE.
AAOG.
BMEA.
SDOT. LGHL.
STOT. SGT is halted down. PXN up. DAIC may res in 10 seconds. BMEA. No.
All right, we're trying to bounce. S&P is trying to bounce.
BEX. RTAC may resume in less than a minute. DAIC vaulted to the upside.
LUC1. SDOT.
NOW now.
LUC1.
BMEA. BEX. RTAC may rise in 10 seconds.
GIPR.
QGEN may resume in less than a minute. MARA. BE.
GIPR.
SECZ.
LUC1. LGHL.
QGEN may rise in 10 seconds. BEX. BEG. MARA. BE.
Okay, 77.40.
LGHL. GIPR.
ASST. BEG.
LUC1.
Strategy still rising. Okay, Apple is on the move now. Amazon looking okay. Apple, continuation. Okay, Microsoft looks good. Following through. All right, Microsoft looking really nice here. So we have some calls on Microsoft, don't we?
MSTU. PURR. SPON may resume in less than a minute. BEG.
JZ. SDOT. LUC1.
SDOT. DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
LUC1.
MSTU. SPON may rise in 10 seconds. MARA. MSTX. SDOT.
SPOT.
MSTU. DAIC may res in 10 seconds.
JC.
DAIC vaulted down.
SPOT.
SDOT.
SPOT. JC.
NBIZ. ASTN. RGTZ. SDOT.
BTCT.
All right, S&P still
TZ.
messing around with the lows here.
NBIZ.
Got a lot of support in the area, a lot of purple, a lot of positive gamma. Should be supportive. Microsoft still moving higher. Microsoft.
BTCT.
SPOT. SPOT.
BTCT.
BTCT.
MSTX. MARA. XPON may resume in less than a minute.
Bring down long-term rates, and when they spend money and the dollar goes down, that can be beneficial in a number of different ways. I want to talk about gold right now, and I have this up on Alpha States, and this is just a 5-day chart. You can
BTCT.
see from this big
MSTX.
spike here, this was
MSTU.
just before, but that was
MARA.
long the announcement from Bessent that you can start buying back more long-term treasuries, and right now
The
it's
SECU halted.
to $4,700. Tell me about gold, and then we can throw in Bitcoin there too. Check out those.
Microsoft. Okay, Apple's still looking pretty good here. Apple.
BTCT.
Continuation.
BTCT halted to the upside.
LGHL.
BTCT. XPON may res in 10 seconds.
So I think you should probably have a few weeks left where gold retire. Thereafter, I sense that gold, as well as cryptocurrency, is likely to
DAIC may resume in less than a minute. PMI.
Thanks, Frano. Netflix looking to expand its ability to market itself. allowing YouTube and Amazon to offer Netflix subscriptions within their apps. Okay. Meta still stuck here.
MSTU.
BTCT. DXST. LGHL.
DASD may rest in 10 seconds.
LUC1. And SPOT.
See the prior lows of the first swing down from last October, so not to get too technical, but that does change the technical structure for the better. And it means it's really, really difficult to be bearish, I think, on an intermediate term basis. Ultimately, we want to see monthly momentum really start to change back to positive. But if any word of advice,
LGHL.
really stick with longer term trends. Since last October, it's been a very difficult crypto winter.
LUCY.
And Bitcoin and many other
LUC1.
and so it's going to take time. It's very difficult.
And SPOT.
It's time to go back to the highs. Normally, this is
MSTU.
going to happen in more of a two-step forward, one-step back type process. I
MSTX.
think that we're, as we head into September, we'll be near the first stage of the move off the lows. And at that point, you just want to look to find dips. And specifically, only weakness into the midterm elections have proven to literally be one of the better times of the entire 4-year cycle of I discuss. I think that would include cryptocurrencies.
LUC1.
Very likely are in cryptocurrencies, but it's not
And
SPOT higher. We want to be patient, own some here, certainly look to buy pullbacks if we can in September, October, or what I think is the start of a decent move higher over the excellent. And let's talk about the broader market here, because we've got well, this could be one potential catalyst. We're going to lot Jackson Hole this week, and we're going to hear Warsh, and he's a man of few words. So I think the market is
LUC1.
very interested to hear what he said. So what do you think happens with the general market here? I have on the alpha space S&P 500
And SPOT.
we exceeded the prior highs here, and we've come back
LGHL.
to the prior breakout level. The market's been incredibly resilient, despite all the choppiness we've seen this market.
MSTX. MSTU.
That's for technology.
JZ.
Fortunately, many of these other sectors,
CYPH. MARA.
industrial healthcare, rescue, aid the market at a time when tech underwent its own,
SPOT.
necessary period of consolidation from May into July. Thankfully, tech
LGHL.
down all at once. We saw different parts of tech, software early on the spring, then it turned to the Max 7, hyperscalers, then semiconductors, more recently memory. This is going to take time. This doesn't just move back to highs right away. So tech is still
MSTX. MSTCU may resume in less than a minute. MARA. ASST.
Priced in terms of fundamentally at very good levels. We know that the ongoing AI
SPOT. AAOX.
Apple still pushing.
JZ.
I don't see any signs of that slowing.
LUC1.
To be selective at this stage of the rally. We are in a seasonally weak time. I don't sense that we go straight up from here. My target for the year is 8,000 for the S&P. So I think that we have a push up into Jackson Hole here earlier point the next 3 to 5 days likely.
CYPH.
Every day in September, I think we will see some consolidation. Thereafter, as I mentioned before, you want to be a buyer into October.
The SECU may rest in 10 seconds.
JZ.
Yeah, that might take you.
MSTX. MSTU.
LUC1.
ASST.
All right, SPY.
CT may rest in 10 seconds.
But it's going to be very good for risk assets. We know that sector rotation has provided a decent amount of run to this market. It's not like your traditional fall where the rent has been rolling over and people have been very exuberant. This is the year where everybody wants to
JZ.
put their toe in the water and kind of see own risk assets. And I think that the combination
Netflix, looking for that to get some sort of pulse here. Netflix is just sitting still.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
Netflix, Apple,
BTCT. CYPH.
we got time for one more. And I'd love to talk about rotation. I think that on the show.
ANY.
JZ. BTC2. EXST.
STEK. Swipe PH. DAIC may res in 10 seconds. MARA.
TOG. BTCT.
SC. Swipe PH. MSTU. BDAIC vaulted down. ASST.
CYPH.
BTCT.
Apple.
URR. RIOT.
Strategy.
LIFE.
Strategy turning up again. Strategy on the move. SPCH. Okay, let's take a look at it. SpaceX. Stop.
BTCT.
BTCT.
Let's see. 848. 873. 911.
GNB.
BTCT. SPON.
Google. Let's see what SpaceX is doing here. SpaceX. Okay. Strategy, MSTR. MSTU, MSTU.
LGHL.
275, 275. Reverse split on MSTU. MSTR looking good though. Let's see what BITX looks like. BITX gapping up as well. Had the 15 calls left. Okay, NSSC, NSSC. Okay, big gap up and fade. This one might get going once it starts to turn. NSSC gap up.
may resume in less than a minute. MSTX. MSTU. CMNU.
NSSC, that looks pretty good. TWO, $8 stock, not really that interesting.
MARA.
Okay.
MSTU. BNAIC may rise in 10 seconds. ARA. GTUG.
The U.S. sanctions on Iran. A move trade with Secretary of State Bessent is calling an economic D-Day for Iran. Turning out for witnesses was radical chief market strategist Bill Sperber. Thank you for joining us here today. And let's start with the news overnight in Iran and this manufacturer is really likely to look at down here. And then you can
Okay, let's see. Okay, VIA. Okay, this one's on the move. Ten times pre-market volume. This seems to be in play as well. Via transportation. SMWB. Not interested. Build-A-Bear workshop. This usually does good during the holidays. Pre-market volume was pretty low. Earnings are next week. Actually, it's Thursday. Sorry, Thursday the 27th. Build-A-Bear. Some of these retail stocks look good. SGHC. Turning a corner. Supergroup. Don't know what they do. RDN. And Coca-Cola Europe is up as well. Okay, so the best one was VIA. Let's see what they do. VIA. They're trending. VIA. Obviously in the transportation group. S&P still sitting here. Looking for a bounce. VIA. Technology backbone. Modern transportation network. All right, so not much on VIA. But it's AI related with transportation hooks. Okay, Apple's still going here. Apple's still on the move. Looking good, Apple. SpaceX looking for it to turn. It's just sitting here at the low this morning. Tempest AI from last week.
DAIC
Now let's see what Caterpillar's looking like. Caterpillar. Turning the corner, Caterpillar. All right, S&P is starting to bounce as well. Caterpillar is trying to turn up towards VWAP. Carnival did fade. Carnival.
MSTX, BEX, WDI, MARA, ASST.
We would expect to see some hedging pressures towards sale previous year take place, but it's really been an incredible dynamic with higher
STAK.
We got time for one more.
Okay, looking at the number of stocks that are trading or advancing, we have 320 stocks advancing. So we do have some stocks that are bid. Let's take a look at what's actually moving. Disney up again today. Disney following through. Disney from last week's watch list. We kept it on the watch list this week, I believe. Yes, we did. Disney.
This weaker dollar story had some legs. We could see it continue to break lower. All right, we got to leave it there. Phil, sorry about your name earlier. Phil Strable. Get it straight this time. Thank you for your time.
All right, Disney looking good. American Express turning up. American Express. Travelers Insurance, TRV. United Health coming off the low. JP Morgan bounce. Coca-Cola. Procter & Gamble. Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, those are defensive. Home Depot bouncing. CRM, still looking for CRM to continue through 210. I have some calls that I've had for a while. Expedia. Tractor Supply. I've been meaning to go to Tractor Supply, actually, pick up a few things. They have good fertilizer that's cheap. I forget what it's called. Grass fertilizer. Not the stuff you buy, Scott's and stuff like that. Tractor Supply looking good. Ulta. Target following through. MasterCard. Oh, these look good. MasterCard. All right, so while chips aren't moving, these stocks are. So Mosaic, MOS breaking out. And Church and Dwight, CHD.
CYPH. BTCT.
SpaceX. Still looking for this to turn. SpaceX. All right, Caterpillar turning back up.
MR index.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
All right, so let's look at some of these. Target look really good. Target is gone. Okay, so obviously institutions. Target, Disney. Okay, these all look really good. Target. What does Walmart look like? Walmart. Okay, still basing. Walmart basing. So we'll come back to this one. Travelers Insurance looks good. Travelers.
DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
Most of these ran right out of the gate. Caterpillar turning off the low. That might be worth a shot. What's Nike look like? Nike looks like it's going to continue. Netflix looking for it to turn up.
DAIC halted down. WDI. GLU. They halted. MARA.
SDOT.
FWDI.
GGR.
MARA.
LGHL.
ASST. BMNU. MSTU. MSTX. MSTR.
GGR.
BEX. PURR.
LGHL.
BMNU. MSTR.
GGR.
All right. All of the, don't forget the gold and silver stocks. Pan American Silver, Doji, AEM, Agnico Eagle, Anglo Gold. All of these look like they're going to follow through. Aura Mining. No, that's Aura Biosciences. Harmony, HMY.
GWPA may resume in less than a minute. GWPA may resume in less than a minute. MARA.
Newmont Mining.
MSTU.
Okay, Freeport was active last week, gapping up. Freeport, nice little dip here on Freeport. AMD turning. Okay, so we got the S&P turning back up.
GWRA may rise in 10 seconds. GWPA may rise in 10 seconds. MI. BEX. BMNU. MARA. CLSX. BTDAIC may resume in less than a minute. PMI vaulted to the upside. XXRP. PMI. BEX. BEG. URR. BTDR. MARA. XXRP. DAIC may rise in 10 seconds. BTDR. MST.
Intel turning off the low. Chips are getting a bid off the low. Intel. Okay, these are turning off the low. Intel, NVIDIA. Okay, AMD. Okay, so the dips are getting bought. We've got a pretty decent day. We've got 300 stocks advancing. More than half of the stocks are advancing. We got on the Qs, 42 are advancing out of 100. So 58 are declining.
BTDR. BMNU. MARA. BEX. BMNU. DAIC vaulted to the upside. MARA. BTDR. BMNU. MARA. PMI may resume in less than a minute.
AIC. SDOT.
Okay.
MSTU. MARA. MSTX.
Strategy.
PMI may rise in 10 seconds.
All right, Caterpillar. All right, those look all right.
BMNU.
LUC1.
DXST. MSTU. MSTX. BMNU.
SST. LUC1.
Okay, strategy continues to trend here. MSTR strategy is trending. MSTR. Bitcoin, BTC, USD. Bitcoin breaking out. Coin, BITX. All right, Coinbase. Okay, gapping up again. BITX. 18, almost at 19. Opening range breakout on this one. BITX. Looking for that to pull back in a little bit.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
So TradingView has 24-hour charting now. Just added.
BMNU.
Okay, so which is good because if you live in Australia, what are you, a day ahead, right? You're a day ahead. How does that all work out? I remember how confused I was when we would cross the date line when we went from San Francisco to the Philippines aboard ship. That was a really weird thing.
BMNU.
Anyway, guess it's overcomplicated. BITX looks like it wants to keep going. Yep. These look good.
Defining those traditional milestones is something that's really important to them, like owning a home. 40% of millennials still want it. It's not that they didn't want it, and maybe it just had a
Yeah. I got a lot of good things going on here. Okay, so the S&P turning back up, S&P 500.
not just owning a home. How are we able to save money? 39% of them identify spending money on taking care of their loved ones as something that's really important and a definition of financial success. So I think that just in terms of financial success, millennials have broadened the definition to include more things. CRCG, even though CRCL.
Now we're talking about millennials here, almost as they're a single group. One of the things I noticed when I first looked up this report, first thing it says, millennials born just 5 years apart are living two different financial realities. A fault line that runs straight through the 2008 recession, and it sounds to me, if I'm reading behind the lines, that we've got a K-shaped.
And I may rest in 10 seconds.
XPON.
Tell me about this 2008 divide.
Yeah, so there's definitely that pre-1991 millennial and post-1991 millennial, and they're two different in terms of how they're thinking about money, their relationship with their finances. The pre-99 millennial, let me take you back. 2022, you just graduated college and you DAIC vaulted to the upside. I mean, that's definitely going to shape how you're thinking about money. You know, people are losing their jobs, losing their homes. So the last millennial had a different perspective with their money than maybe like the millennials who were still in middle school during that time. You know, a lot of those millennials took on additional sources of income because they saw one income wasn't enough. So it's definitely played out even among the millennials to have this different perspective and relationship with their money.
I want to talk to you about spending and spending for flexibility and experiences. As I understand, there are some trade-offs here that you can talk to me about.
Yeah, I think millennials in general have really redefined this version of financial success. You know, our parents and our grandparents, it was go to school, get a job, stay at that job, retire, you know, have the house, and that's it. Versus millennials, we really come to like define, okay, how can we use our money to enjoy life along the way? And travel is a part of that. Maybe sacrificing some other goals or like delaying goals so we can travel during the year. So even just having savings accounts earmarked for travel in addition to our home down payment goal and saving for that, you know, it's really finding the balance between enjoying our money today and still being strategic and saving it for the future and long-term goals like retirement.
I got to ask you about AI. Are millennials embracing AI with respect to their finances or other things here?
Definitely. A lot of millennials are leveraging AI. About 16% are actively using AI right now in their finances. So it's definitely something that, you know, we as a generation had to overcome a lot of things, you know, the Great Recession, the pandemic, now the AI era, to navigate that and what it means for our finances. And I really think that millennials have been used to pivoting. So, you know, diving into using AI and different tools to help them manage their money is something that I think will only increase as we go.
Anything surprising in this report to you that you just look at it and say, I did not expect that?
I think one thing is that it's the millennial money story is a lot more nuanced than we think, and a lot of people think about millennials. You know, we made significant progress in our financial lives. We're actively managing our money. We're redefining what financial success means. And we might still feel behind or overwhelmed on longer term goals like owning a home. So both can exist. And that story is definitely dynamic. And we deserve to hear the whole story, not just the perspective that we're broke and we spend too much.
All right, what's Caterpillar doing? Caterpillar. Still sitting there, Caterpillar. Okay.
Yeah, not the old avocado toast troll. That's old 2019. All right, really appreciate I learned a lot here, and so thank you. Coming out, we break down the spirit adoption.
BTCT.
exceptional offer on a 2026 Cadillac XT5.
All right, so let me do this. What are the levels here? We got 75, 7,600 is support. 7,600 support and resistance. Let me just open up net OI here. Net OI 7,700. Okay, continuing on, Expedia has been doing very well. You know what? Let's take a look at it this way. Expedia opening range breakouts continue. About to break out to new 52-week highs. Expedia travel apparently is picking up. Okay, SpaceX looking good here, Ursel. SpaceX looking good. Okay, we're starting to see a bid here, Ursel. Okay, SpaceX turning up, SPCX, SpaceX coming off the low. All right, looks good, SpaceX. Let's see, the call's expensive, SpaceX. I assume they are. All right, let me just add SpaceX, SPCX. It's relatively expensive. 78% risk reversal. IB ranks 44, 45%. Tempest AI had a really good week previous. Starting to see some profit taking, consolidating the previous gains. Tempest AI makes sense. It ran up quite a bit. So looking for a base here somewhere. Okay, if I were to guess, either we're going to get a flat base or some sort of consolidation right in this area, or a flag, something like that, and then follow through. It's acquired a company, I forget the name of the company, but it's assisting with companies like Moderna to analyze the genome to eradicate cancer tumors, something along those lines. I'm sure I screwed it up a little bit for those of you who are doctors out there, but just know that it's connected to mRNA and companies like mRNA, which had a big pop last week using AI. Okay, Moderna, mRNA. Okay, that's a little triangle pattern. Okay, so for now it's consolidating. We'll see if it gets going. I got frustrated with Moderna. It was trading over here at 45. I wound up taking it off, and just like any other thing, you've probably had this happen to you before. You get tired of it, and it decides to go. It's like Frano and I were in Bristol Myers. For the longest time, I was in Bristol Myers, and it just wouldn't give us the pop that we were looking for, right? Back over here, Bristol Myers just kept moving lower. Finally cut it loose at about a 10% loss. It was a longer term position, and then it finally started moving in 24. I know Frano can relate to this. J&J, all these pharmaceutical companies look good. Okay, all of the pharmaceuticals are doing well. Gilead was looking good recently. That was up last week, Gilead. All right, so the Bitcoin stocks are looking good. So if you're swinging these, you're doing well. BITX, Coinbase. All right, all these looking better. Okay. CRM trending. I got some CRM I've had since over here in April, May. It's at a profit now. I don't want to get rid of it now because, I sat through this whole period over here, CRM, right? It did dip. I was down about $100 per contract. Only had 10 contracts, but I was stubborn. I didn't sell it. And then this takes off to the upside. So I don't want to sell it now because it's probably going to keep going. So I'm up over $100 per contract. So that was a big swing, $200 swing. And what month do I have expiration? Let me just check that. CRM. Okay, that's very nice. CRM. That's a nice surprise. Holding on to the September. All right, so September's are doing well. 220s I have, and I also have 230, 240 call spreads. So those look good. Good. Coinbase, that's looking a lot better. Okay, S&P is just kind of sitting here. SpaceX, nice move on SpaceX. I bought SPCH on Friday. Okay, we're back to even there, right? SPCH. Let me see if I want to add to this. Okay. SPCH looks good. Okay. SpaceX, SPCX. All right, looking for that to go. Needs to get back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. Okay, so this looks really good. SpaceX starting to move. Okay, looking good. SpaceX, nice entry. All right, SpaceX above VWAP. Chipotle looking good. Chipotle. Okay, the restaurants. Restaurants have been good. Okay, Chipotle looking good. Thank you, Jeff. That looks good. Okay, S&P. Keeping an eye on the S&P.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
Yeah, the midterms coming up. Midterms. Still haven't seen any volatility.
DAIC may run 10 seconds. CRCG.
The nasty ads that come out during the midterms. Oh, man. Tempest AI continues to move lower. Caterpillar watching Caterpillar. Okay, Caterpillar. Let's see, Cat. Okay, we still have 300 stocks advancing on the S&P, 43 on the Qs. Nothing changed there. We're at Core 1M is at 924. So as Core 1M climbs, this is telling you that the risky trade from people chasing is not as bad as it was in previous weeks where we were down here at 3 and 4. I mean, that's crazy. 350. So people were chasing calls like crazy, and those got crushed on the recent pullback on the S&P. So on the daily, no movement, also having an impact on calls if we don't have a big move to the upside in individual stocks like Micron. People were chasing Micron and got decapitated. So we're looking for chips to find a bid as well. All right, those turn back down. AMD. Okay, so it looks like XLB materials are doing well. Where is my studies?
GTLB. ALBO.
USD,
DURA.
ZURA.
Okay.
MEA.
We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 12, 6 out of 11 sectors are green at the moment. Financials doing well. Communications, consumer discretionary, materials pulling back. Let's see what gold is looking like. Gold, that's following through from last week. It is selling a little bit right now, profit taking. It's above VWAP. So that looks pretty good. Gold continuation. Imagine a lot of people are concerned about rates. Scott Bessent keeps talking about rates, the yields, US 10-year yield. Okay, that's still trending up though. US 10-year still trending upward. So we need that to break. We need that to break to the downside. But it's not really that concerning at the moment. New York Stock Exchange, okay, broad measure of market participation. You always want to check that out occasionally. If you're in doubt, you think the markets are getting scary, check the New York Stock Exchange. That's always a good idea. Also, the comp, the NASDAQ composite, that's sitting on top the 50-day. Doji, wick underneath the candle. So that's telling you they're buying the low, 26,000. IWM, flat Qs, flat, but below the 21-day. We need to get back above the 21-day and the 50-day, the green line. Okay, industrials, the diamonds. That actually looks pretty good. It's only 30 stocks. Let's see what's going on with the Dow Industrials for that to be higher. Okay, so we got Visa up, Disney up. Okay, all of these look really good, actually. Visa breaking out. MasterCard looked pretty good too. Visa breaking out. Credit cards. Visa.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, so credit cards. Visa. Okay, Mondo, you looking for 7,700? Okay. Let's see what we got here. Hedge flows are trying to turn up.
DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
Sugar, but it can actually be delivery for healthy ingredients. We have done a bunch of research around our product, inflation at Purdue. We finished clinical research on blood sugar stability, sea levels. We just finished a piece of GLP-1 research with humans that's incredible. So we really are delivering on the promise of an actual healthy product, science backed. But for most of our customers who are doing it, it's great. It's very good to get a soda and not to bother.
What I saw the stat was recently, I think it was Coca-Cola. It was like their Coke Zero, double digits. Diet soda business. It's not just Coke. That's for two and other players like it. But why are these diet and zero sugar formulations having moment? It's still soda.
Yeah. Diet sodas and zero sodas. That's one issue that people have with soda, and arguably for so being really high sugar content. And so you kind of get over the taste hurdle for a diet option, then by all means. And I think GLP-1 medication probably helps people as well because your discipline around your eating decision goes up during that time period. And so if you can use that moment to switch a habit, then DAIC. And we also do find that
It's really, they talk about we're not seeing the impact yet.
Okay.
DAIC halted to the upside.
Which is more
XPON.
You and I are around the same age. I grew up drinking worse than you. It was the big rich. And you know, I look at right. It was just this amazing thing. It was all on sale. They had some taste of it though. Hey, the thing is now is this next generation. I don't think they actually ever had it.
XPON.
All right, so I've been testing iron condors, selling iron condors, 1 DTE. This is just a test. So the idea is to sell them for like 10 deltas, 90% probability that unless it's a very volatile day, 90% probability of a successful trade. So I'm looking at 50% profits. So if I sell credits for $55, I'm looking to get out at around $20 to $25. If the credit drops to like 20 cents, something I sold at 55 cents drops to like 20 cents to 25 cents midday, then I'll take profits. If not, by the end of the day, 3:45, I'll close the trade. So 1 DTE, buying tomorrow's or selling tomorrow's iron condors instead of today's 0-day. A little bit more risky with 0-day intraday iron condors. So I've been testing that. I'll let you know how that goes. So that's why I was a little bit distracted this morning. It was the first day of doing that. I want to make sure I did things right. I'll keep track of the success of it. Okay, so Palantir moving a bit higher. Looks like SpaceX wants to keep moving. Okay. Microsoft still moving higher. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft, pretty decent setup this morning. We were looking at opening range breakout on volume. Okay, so I do have Microsoft, right? Or did I close those? Let's see, Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Yeah, I did close them. All right, so tisk. So you probably know this already, but after 12 o'clock, the volatility compresses a lot on 0-day calls after, or 0-day options after 12 o'clock. And then in the last hour, volatility tends to pick up again. So I'm looking to capture the expansion in volatility in the morning and then the contraction near 12 o'clock. It's pretty tame right now. S&P. Okay, so what do we say? 7,700, right? 7,700 overhead.
DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
AIC.
SVT.
Okay, so that's overhead. 7,600 below. Let's go 15-minute.
BMNU.
Okay, Google still looking good here. Google.
CJK.
Google looks good. No opening range breakout volume spikes, but it is gradually moving higher. So it looks like we could see more upside in the short term over the next several weeks. Looks like Google finding a bid. Over here, they lost the big red candle. They lost their what was it? CFO? No, their chief science officer, right? CSO. Apple fading a bit. And the markets, for whatever reason, they sold that. Now it's turning back up. So what seems like a bad thing actually turns out to be an opportunity in most cases like that. I mean, one person's going to make the difference. I mean, I could see it if Elon Musk decided to just give up on SpaceX and Tesla and just sell all his stock. You know, that would be an unusual person to leave, but can they replace this person? I would imagine they can. So turning out to be an opportunity, put a stop under today's low. I wouldn't buy right now, Google, but let's see. I do have a position in Google, I believe, right? I'm pretty sure I have a Google position. No, I don't. Interesting. Okay, so I need to add back. So I won't do it here. I'll do it. I do want to buy some Google. Amazon. Did I sell Amazon? I did. I sold Amazon too. So those two I'd be interested in. Amazon. Okay, that needs to turn back up, get back above the 20-day. I thought it was going to bounce last week on Wednesday and follow through Thursday, Friday. Didn't happen. Apparently, from what the talking heads are saying, deep pocket investors, hedge fund managers are getting nervous on the AI trade. And we might see some profits in that area. They're waiting for NVIDIA earnings this week, but some funds are exiting the AI trade or reducing their exposure. Makes sense. I mean, we've had a nice run, right? What's Oracle doing? Oracle. Okay, that's still hanging in there. Palantir, still consolidating. Palantir. Okay, it's got to break out of this. What looks like is forming as a 3 weeks tight pattern, which is a very bullish pattern. Okay, you get the run up. Usually like to see more of a run up into the 3 weeks tight, but looks like that's what's happening. So in any event, if this breaks to the upside, this is what we're looking for on Palantir. Okay, not a break to the downside, back to the 21-day. That's possible too. But Palantir for now looks pretty good. Palantir. Markets are just sort of sitting here fading a bit. SPX. All right, what's VIX doing? VIX. That's just below 16 VIX. Still looking for VIX to pick up, the volatility to pick up going into the midterms. It is the end of August. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday, August 24th, 11:17 a.m. Markets really not doing much of anything right now. There's not a whole lot of bids except for a few names. Strategies working. All right, so money is rotating into more than 300 stocks. Drifting a bit lower. Now it's 287, was 310 in the first 30 minutes of the trading day. S&P back down to 287 stocks advanced. And the Qs are starting to pick up a few names, trying to get the 50-50. Strategy looks good. SpaceX, a nice little bounce in SpaceX. Doji spinning top. What's Cerebras doing? CBRS, Cerebras. Dipping again, no follow through in Cerebras. The chips. Okay, SOXL, again, it looks like a little bounce potential. It's at the 200-day moving average. Okay, the New York Fangs are just consolidating. All right, looking at, this was all green on Friday. Okay, so the sectors that are working, consumer staples, so stocks like Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Monster Beverages, Procter & Gamble, those sorts of names are seeing a lot of potential. Financials, we got Visa breaking out. What is MasterCard? MasterCard breaking out. Synchrony Financial moving higher. Capital One Finance. Okay, so some of the financials. American Express. These looking like they have a bid. Some of the banks, JP Morgan, Citigroup, bouncing. Bank of America, above the 50-day. Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs. Okay. So while we're sitting here waiting for the S&P, we're testing the lows from last week, Friday. Financials, communication services, stocks like AT&T, grinding higher, AT&T, Verizon. Okay, if you took any of these a couple of weeks ago when we first mentioned them, these are looking good. AT&T was below the 200-day. Now it's above the 200-day. AT&T, we looked at, I think it was like the last week, second to last week of July. That hit the 200-day, got rejected, held tight, didn't take out our stops, following through. T-Mobile, okay, no follow through. So Verizon and AT&T look really good. Trending. Visa, MasterCard, credit cards, good. American Express.
DAIC halted to the upside.
Nice.
ALBO.
Okay, SpaceX looking pretty good. All right, turning back up. Ursel, some of our friends over in Europe buying SpaceX at the low. Nice job there. He's trading SPCH. Looks good. Ursel. Are you in Turkey now, or where are you? In Italy? He's a globetrotter. Oh, you said you were going to Germany, right?
XPON.
They were essentially your young brand because prevailing logic was you're just going to purchase in there, sandwich or whatever.
SPCH looks good. No grease. Yeah, okay.
CCOI.
So you're back in Turkey. All right, doing a nice job here. Hit that with 4,000 shares.
ASST. BMNR.
He's got a runner on it now. 1,200 shares as a runner. Okay, looks good. I'd move my stop up. Okay,
BMNU.
840, 845.
Sounds like a humble brag or whatever, but we actually are a lot of our challenges have come from
ASST.
growing.
XPON.
Or not growing, we need growing.
XPON.
Growing. We grew triple digit growth every year until 2021. Which the first time
MSTU.
that's double digit growth. And
MSTX.
so
BEX.
is profitable.
MSTR.
The inventory buildup, when you're growing that fast, you're putting product out, it's selling, you're on terms to get paid. And so there's a lag in your path. And but you got to build an inventory for a much bigger position than you just put out into the market. So there are times where you require management or you have to raise some extra capital.
Okay, looking good here.
But ever since we went, became profitable, was that
Palantir looking good. All right, S&P looking for a bounce. It is so slow right now. Okay, about to go green. SPCH looking for a follow through.
BMNU.
All right, SpaceX looks good. Pre-market volume wasn't that great. It was about half normal. So it's a Monday, so we're looking for Tuesday for things to pick up a little bit. Palantir looking pretty good here. Palantir's on the move. Okay, that's looking pretty strong. Note there's no opening range breakout signals, but we're trying to break out above this level over here on the right. All right, Palantir trying to break out. Okay, we're trying to break out. Got to get above 180. We tried on Friday. Okay. SK Hynix turning up. Okay, let's see what SK Hynix looks like. SKHY. Played 18 holes with my son yesterday. We had a really great weekend.
CBTC.
Really great weekend together.
DAIC may rest in 10 seconds.
Saturday, we went to Top Golf on Saturday. We played 18 yesterday. He beat me by a couple of strokes. The course by our house has a lot of water, so I should have laid up in a couple of par fives, but I tried to go for it. Put some in the water. He parred several par threes. It was really great seeing him starting to excel as a golfer. All right, S&P is starting to bounce a little bit. S&P 500 starting to come off the low. VWAP right here.
MSTU. BEX. BMNU. DC. BCX. MSTR.
I hear you talk about my subscriptions. Among the things you can, could help me with this cancel class that would be at least 3.5.
MSTX. MSTU. STO and halted down.
If you have face to face with this, the chance you have is just a complete balance. They can't be first. Can't be first.
Sometimes it feels like we're waiting decades for a doctor to see you. But without time, we don't really wait. Instantly. Hit the line.
MSTX. BEX.
Okay. SpaceX, just keep letting it go.
MSTU. BMNU. BEX. BEX. MSTX.
All right. Palantir, SpaceX looking really good here.
DKIC may resume in less than a minute. SMU.
Jesus.
BCX. MSTU. ASST. RIOT. MSTX. APLX. DAIC may res in 10 seconds. STO and may resume in less than a minute.
LUC1.
BCX.
All right, looking good. S&P 500, SpaceX turning back up.
XPON may rise in 10 seconds. CLSK. CCOI.
Oh boy.
MSTX. RIT. BCX.
All right, S&P turning back up.
BCX.
XPON. LUC1.
All right, 11:35 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. S&P turning back up. Stocks moving with. SK Hynix turning back up, looking good.
LUC1.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
LUC1.
BEX. BE. DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
XPON.
LUCY.
LUC1.
Rubric has earnings this week. Rubric was looking really good.
SMU. DAIC vaulted down. BEX.
Okay, let's take a look at those. SpaceX still going. SpaceX. Nice move here, SpaceX.
LYTX.
VMAR.
BEX. BCX.
Okay, trying to bounce off of this level, move through 9, head up to 1030, the upper Bollinger Band. Volume tapering off on the recent little pullback Wednesday, Thursday last week. But buyers did step up on Friday, so that's looking good. RSI is rising, trying to get back above 50. Momentum is slow on this lower volume. Okay, SK Hynix, let's see what that looks like. SKHY, Hammer, Palantir, long-legged doji, Visa breaking out, very strong. MasterCard, American Express, those doing well. Visa and MasterCard looking the best. Intel turning back up. Intel. It's a double bottom, more or less. Not really interested in the chips at the moment. Gold and silver miners. Freeport. Okay, a little fade. Newmont mining. I prefer Newmont if I could get into Newmont, but it took off a couple of weeks ago. Could have got into it last week on Tuesday. Got sidetracked. S&P looking all right. S&P flat. There's like no momentum whatsoever. 60 minutes just sitting here.
I think the market is sort of figured out that we can live with the status quo, we can live with some uncertainty, as long as other aspects of the economy are doing well. Which exactly what happened with Russia Ukraine. Remember when that first started?
XEON.
Weeks ago, nobody really talked about it. Exactly, and that's where, from our point of view, we always have those conversations where we remind people that remember about those Russia-Ukraine crises. Same thing happens. It's the same playbook. I think now the market has accepted that this is here to stay, and that is why you don't see much movement in the market based on the geopolitical tensions. Our base case is that even if this gets resolved, there could be something else. So we should be prepared for an environment where geopolitical tensions are going to remain delicate. Let me ask you a question.
VITU.
This current geopolitical situation with Iran, in the U.S. is going to also be driven by
WYFI.
because they know that 11 weeks
Okay, so
VCX.
SpaceX continues. Google.
And I think that was the idea with the Trump administration.
Okay, looking pretty good. S&P turning back up.
Resolve this because they want positive outcome in the generation. But the counter side is
Netflix, looking for that to catch a bid. Netflix, I'd like to sell more premium on Netflix. Currently have 70.65s for October. I'll let those go to 0. Credit spreads, 70.65, sold to 70, bought to 65 for protection, made it a credit spread, collected $93 to $95 average. If you can get out with a 50% profit, I would do that. Netflix looks good. Amazon looking better. Amazon. I like Google the best. Amazon's holding on to the 21-day. That looks really good if you're interested. Google needs to get above the 50-day. Again, is one person going to disrupt the earnings potential in a company like Google? I really doubt it. But the market's pulled back. People sold, whoever sold, created an opportunity for those of you who bought. I didn't get back in. I think I said that earlier. looking to add a position in Google. Now, what I could do is sell premium to start. So the idea here is I sell premium, get a credit, take the credit, turn around and buy shares or buy a debit spread, call debit spread. And at some point, maybe convert to shares, start selling covered calls. All of those long ideas. Sell credit spreads below, take the credits, buy debit spreads, look for Google to get back above the 50-day. At some point, convert to shares. Once I'm up like 50% on the debits, if I can, convert to shares and then sell, do a call right, sell some covered calls up here near, I don't know, 355, 360, something like that. Okay. Microsoft still puttering along. Microsoft looked pretty good this morning. Okay, looks like it's going to break higher. This is another one I took off last week that I need to get back in. I won't do it at the high of the day. Look for a BNC pivot. NVIDIA starting to turn. NVIDIA might be an opportunity. Got earnings on Wednesday after the close. Mm-hmm. Okay, Palantir. Palantir approaching the opening range highs. Oracle's off 2%. SK Hynix off 4%. Snowflake off 2%. Snowflake had a nice little bounce last week. Looking for a bounce or a follow through. Let's look at the watch list. Looking at the watch list for the week. That's IBD. Watch list for the week of the 23rd. Okay, where is my... There it is. Okay. Okay, so Apple sitting on top of the 50-day. I'd like to see that bounce and continue. Tried to break out last week on Wednesday. Got some profit taking on Thursday and Friday. ADPT, this one just keeps trending. Adaptive Biotechnologies. Biotechs were very strong last week. XBI. Okay, that's consolidating. Looking for a follow through at some point. If it starts to move higher, I might sell some put premium on this one. I talked about that in the weekend video. So maybe sell the 155, buy the 150. I would go out at least till, let's see, probably October at this point. Okay, that is XPI. Okay, AMD. Still watching for this to hold. It's just consolidating for the past 3 to 4 weeks. Arista Networks trying to get back about the 20-day. It is trending 921 up and to the right. 200 days flat. 90 MA coming back to price. RSI rising. MACD and stochastics almost reset now. Volume picked up on Friday. So we'll look for a bounce and a follow through. Arista Networks on the watch list this week. New. Copart. Okay, so that ran up from Friday 2 weeks ago. Grover mentioned it Friday 2 weeks ago. All right, so that was a nice pop. Followed through, sold it on Thursday into strength. Figured it would get rejected at the 200-day. Now we're looking for a little flag, Copart. Okay, so looking for a flag. And then a break to the upside. Now it has to get above the 200-day, so RSI will probably drift a bit lower. Stochastics probably resets. Maybe we get a bounce right here. So Copart, watching that one. Walt Disney, really like Walt Disney. No position yet, but I do intend to get into this one. It's above the 60 EMA 20, 60-minute 20 EMA. The next time it pulls back would be the best opportunity. You can see where it started off this morning. Okay, we consolidated right into the 20 EMA on the 60-minute into Friday. Waiting for this morning. That was a nice pop to take profits off into strength. Disney with the opening range breakout. No. Okay, so no opening range breakout volume. B and C pivots, though. This looks pretty good for Disney at the moment. Okay, so right now it looks like a B pivot. Okay, so looking for this to get back above VWAP. Disney looking very strong. Don't buy the highs of the day. Buy dips like this right here. If you do buy this dip, put a stop right underneath Disney. Put a stop right under this level. Okay, maybe a loss of 109.50 or so. 109.50 stop. Okay. Looks pretty good, right? Stop 109.50. B pivot. All right, looks good. That's Disney. You didn't see what I was looking at here. Okay, here's Disney. Okay, put a stop on 109.50. A, B, C, D pattern looks like it's playing out. If you don't know what I'm talking about, new members, we look for this pattern every day. Tends to show up every day. You get the run up in the morning, the fastest move usually. Before noon, you have that run up in the morning. Traders take profits, do whatever they're going to do during the day. Come back around 11:30, 12. We might see a B pivot. So we're looking for Disney to continue. All right. So that looks good. Disney, Dexcom, I really like this one as well. Looking for the breakout. Dexcom in the glucose monitoring healthcare, right? Dexcom, I believe that's what they do. 5 below breakout. We've got earnings this week. 5 below breaking out from the watch list. 5 below. You're in NVDX. I like it. NVDX.
You may rest in 10 seconds.
Okay, Netflix turning back up. All right, so I did not add to my credit spreads. All right, S&P still moving. All right, SPCH. Let's look at NVIDIA. Okay, we're starting to bounce at the 50-day. Let's look at NVDX. Okay, stop 77. Microsoft still looking good here. Microsoft. Okay, looks good. Microsoft above the 20 EMA. Microsoft just now transitioning above the 20 EMA. I should do something with Microsoft, actually. Do I want to sell premium instead? Microsoft. Okay, let me just check a few things here. Microsoft, we've had earnings a couple of weeks back. Microsoft management talked about Azure bringing in $100 billion worth of profit. First time. Okay, $100 billion worth of profit. And Copilot adding 30 million paid seats. So recently we had this little dip over the last couple of weeks. Looks like Microsoft wants to keep going. All right, so let me do something with Microsoft here. Let's see, Microsoft didn't want to buy at the high of the day, so I'll structure a trade for any dips now. Microsoft. All right, Microsoft.
DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
Okay, Microsoft looking pretty good here. Okay, Microsoft trending. Okay, so Disney already threatening this stop. Okay, watch Disney. Disney threatening that stop. Okay, let's keep an eye on Microsoft. Microsoft still climbing. Okay, there was an opening range breakout signal on a volume spike there on the 2-minute. 5 minutes didn't show it. Okay.
DAIC vaulted to the upside.
SPY futures just grinding higher. Microsoft looks good. Microsoft. Okay, what I really like about Microsoft is the 60-minute 20 MA. You can put a stop right underneath 484. Let me go. Okay, looks good. Microsoft trending. About to transition into the 12 o'clock noon hour. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, August the 24th. Markets are just drifting, grinding a bit higher. Apple off the highs of the session. Microsoft at the highs of the session. Amazon at the opening range high. Google above its opening range high. Looks like a little profit taking coming in at the moment. Meta drifting higher. Tesla had a good few weeks behind it. Looking for a follow through in Tesla. Looking for Tesla to follow through. All right, Tesla, no follow through. Okay, got rejected at the 50-day for now. Microsoft looking nice. It's got an opening rate. It's got an ATR of about 12 bucks. If we can get some more buyers to come in or shorts to cover, we could see another 6 bucks maybe upside. If we can get Microsoft and Apple to bounce, that should help the overall market. That's about 13% of the weight of the S&P. Let's go look at the equal weight index, see how that's doing. S&P equal weight, it's at the top of Friday's range. It's in the about mid-range of last week's trading. Let's see what XII looks like. XII, the ARC Institutional Index. What are institutions doing? They're still selling down to the 50-day, but note the tick on the right side of this. Looks like this is going to bounce at the 50-day. Let me just change it to candles. You'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. Candlesticks. Okay. So we got wick right there. People are buying the low, looking for people, the institutions and people in general are buying the dip back to the 50-day, looking for a break higher into September maybe. August, September tends to not be the best times of the year to be trading or investing, I should say. Waiting for dips during this period, opportunity. We do have a midterm election to deal with. If we look at the last time Trump was in office, the midterms got a little crazy. Okay. And during the midterms, I think I have a better chart here, actually. It's 2018, right? 2018. I think it's in this other chart group here. I think this is it here. 2018. Yeah, this is it. The last midterm where Trump was in office. Okay. We had like a 20% drawdown. I don't see that happening, but it could get crazy again. Look at August, September. August, September right here. See this period? We actually continued into late September and then dropped off in October, November, bottomed in December. Is that going to happen again? That's something to be aware of. Okay. So if you're taking 100% of your money and you're putting it to work into late September, early October, just be aware that there's always a potential for a repeat. Okay. Ryan Dietrich was talking about this morning or over the weekend, I should say. Microsoft's still pushing. Dietrich was talking about the midterm elections. Other people starting to talk about it. There goes the S&P starting to move now. S&P. S&P.
Liquidity and money flowing into other places besides just Bitcoin. Now, you know, the big story was the fact we had about $3 billion in shorts liquidated, but you can no longer just.
All right, what's Caterpillar doing? Caterpillar back above VWAP. Caterpillar. A close inside of Friday's price action would be good. Okay, CRM turning back up. SpaceX taking some stops out. SpaceX.
billion in weight. Ether ETFs added another $697 billion. That is a very large number. I had Alex Galaxy on back on Monday this morning.
All right, let me turn on Discord pulse alerts. Safari. Discord. Log in. Spot Gamma. Okay, S&P is starting to giddy up a little bit. Stocks turning up. Visa trying to break out again. Visa, the credit card company is doing well. Visa, MasterCard. Okay, MasterCard is trying to break out as well.
0 DTE, call strip. Size, 0 DTE, put strip. Size.
All right, let me go over here and tune into CNBC for a few minutes.
And we will see some sort of retracement to some degree. Let RSI cool off, let the chart cool off a bit, maybe go back to test the low 70s, high 60s, get people thinking we're in a bear market again, and then gain fuel for that next rally to truly break out and start the next bull market. I'm absolutely loving it. It's nice not to be trading sideways at 64,000 indefinitely. It seems that Bitcoin finally produced the perfect bottom signal, which was everyone stopped bearing.
Okay, S&P is still climbing.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
0 DTE, call strip. Size, 0 DTE, put strip. Size.
DJT.
Okay, Microsoft looks good.
ASST. DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
Zero DTE, put strip. Size, 0 DTE, call strip. Size.
All right, we're coming back. We're coming back to break even on the markets. Almost there. Got another few handles to go. Amazon looking better. Semiconductors, SOXL, thank you. Dollar. Semiconductors coming off the low. So check your favorites like AMD, NVIDIA, the memory names like Micron, SanDisk. All of these are bouncing. All right, a hammer. Looks like a hammer on Micron. SanDisk, SNDK. All right, all those look good.
Zero DTE, call strip. Size, 0 DTE, put strip. Size. Amazon puts long dated. 0DTE put strip. Side. 0DTE call strip. Side. Bitcoin Ponzi pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Amazon puts long dated.
Try and get used to what is this new regime and the changes that Chair Warsh would like to make. So Morgan Stanley says, say less. We expect silence on the near-term outlook for monetary policy, including the expansion of the Treasury buyback program. That's an interesting take. I want to take
Apple fading a bit.
beyond that to get to NVIDIA. Because if Morgan Stanley says Chair Warsh is going to have silence and he's going to say less, NVIDIA is not going to get away with saying less.
0DTE
And
put
if
strip.
anything, right now, I think we need Jensen Huang to say a little more.
0DTE
You know the numbers are going to be good. You know the outlook's going to be good.
Bitcoin Ponzi pulse.
But there are questions hanging out there about the AI trade from here. What do you think's on the line with that report on Wednesday?
Well, I think that Joe made a great point about momentum, but most importantly about NVIDIA, Scott, is what you just said.
Tick cumulative is turning more bullish.
For NVIDIA this Friday. I think there's going to be three things that
Bitcoin
4 hour is bullish.
they're going to focus on gross margin, right? Because we're in an environment where that
Excuse me.
inflationary impact.
1 hour is flat.
Losing that in areas of services.
So we're looking for tick cumulative to start to turn up. That'll show that institutions are buyers. Let's see what breadth looks like. Breadth. Okay, looks good on the S&P. Mid caps are so-so, small caps are turned up, and NASDAQ is turned down. So we got small caps and the S&P looking the best at the moment. So the equal weight even better. Equal weight is even better.
So 300 is the target of Rothschild as they list the near-term concerns around the name, China, and the export policy related to it. The law of large
With 291 stocks advancing, we're trying to get back up to 300, where we started off, 310.
I don't know, at some point you're going to decelerate. Circular financing scrutiny, that seems to be a real point of issue. That is what's hanging out amid a stock.
All right, Apple fading some more. Apple. Microsoft.
Six straight down days. That's the longest losing streak since September of 2022. The Wall Street Journal writes a piece today that says Wall Street's counting on NVIDIA to keep the AI party going. Other stories out there today about potential price hikes. Christina Partsinevelos follows the company as closely as anybody. Joins us now with a little bit on that story, but on what they really need to deliver. I said, playing off of the bond note from Morgan Stanley and Chair Warsh, there is no stay silent from Jensen Huang. What does he need, do you think, to say on this call on Wednesday to answer some of the questions that are out there that you and others are asking about what this company is doing right now and what it will continue to do?
Yeah, it's not only the sustainability of demand, but it's just demand being that much more in the next few years. And the strange thing you guys highlighted is this sprint isn't really about the numbers. They're not necessarily the story, because the B just basically assumes demand surging. Lead times have stretched from 6 weeks a quarter ago to nearly 40, and every major desk on the street expects another beat and raise. You were just going through the notes. I have so many of them right here. But NVIDIA has fallen the day after earnings 4 quarters in a row, even while beating every single time. And it's coming down, it cooled down almost 7 straight days into the report. You just talked about that stat, Scott. But what Wall Street actually wants is the guide. The buy side is looking for next quarter revenue well above $109 billion. The first real read on how fast the new Rubin chips are ramping. So this is the next iteration. Behind that, Shannon mentioned it, margins is spiking. The question is whether NVIDIA can hold that mid-70s number into next year or give some back.
Okay, waiting for Microsoft to pull back into an ABCD pattern, turning out to be a good strategy. Okay, So we're pulling back a little bit at the moment, looking for a B pivot near VWAP perhaps. Microsoft pulling back a bit.
Even supporters saying that locks in demand, that critics say it's a loop that makes the growth look better than it is. Either way, I just want to know how much of NVIDIA's own balance sheet is on the line. And to Shannon's point about all of the investments, the problem is we don't know when that return will actually fall. They're investing in so many of these smaller firms. That's going to help demand stay strong for years to come. But will that convince the market, especially with the stock that has sold off for quite some time now?
Yep. Christina, thank you very much for that.
Okay, stock showing potential disc medicine. Don't know much about it. Pre-market volumes was pretty high, almost 3 times normal. OMDA. All right.
Perplexity was really deep in this conversation. It doesn't feel so much that way because
VIA, we talked about this one this morning. That's hanging out at the highs. EPC. Okay, these are pulling back.
Again, remember this 2 weeks ago, the stock had made this incredible move back, right? And then here we were talking about 6 down days in a row. I don't know what that does for expectations in the print, but that's the pattern. So stay on that for a second.
Strategy continues to show strength. MSTR pulled back a little bit into today's price action, spinning top. Bitcoin looking good. Bitcoin's breaking higher. BTC, Bitcoin futures breaking higher this morning. Little dip towards VWAP. 4 very bullish candles, lots of volume. So that's showing institutions are active.
I think that's what we're faced with here today. I also wonder when you mentioned what is it exactly that Jensen Huang has to address. I wonder if he has to take a turn into discussing this relationship the states now have with data centers and understanding what those relationships ultimately might look like. Okay, that's a good point. He's right there at the center of it. So I've been asking, Weiss, I'll ask you this question because I've asked others, whether it's this program or Closing Bell. I did this past Friday too to Professor Siegel and Tom Lee as to whether this now spreading backlash towards data centers is, at least in some degree, this existential issue for this
SK Hynix coming off the lows. It's still down 4%. Visa pulling back from the high. S&P turning back up. Let's keep an eye on hedge flows. Hedge flows are trending.
I think longer term, it's a good thing because there are a number of people I speak to, and I'm one who believe this, that you're overbuilding for data centers. If all the plans came to fruition, there'd be too much capacity. So it's actually going to be good for the data centers in terms of what they can charge, in terms of compute, etc. However, I think the biggest issue, and everybody's mentioned, the biggest issue right now for NVIDIA, in my view, is all their commitments. We don't know what those contracts say. Are there milestones to the funding that they're giving out? Are they truly bringing in?
So Bitcoin, day 4, bullish.
They're going to take it whether or not they actually have demand. And then there's the double and triple ordering that always happens when you've got a cycle like this, and that includes in memory. So I personally think for the near term, regardless of what NVIDIA says, we've seen the peak in AI.
Bitcoin.
We'll see that valuation come down as they are with CAD and others that still have these inflated multiples based upon the euphoria over AI. So I'm not saying they won't at some point revisit the highs. We saw that early last week. They recovered nicely, but I do not believe you'll see a sustained move higher, regardless of what Jensen Wong says.
The semis
Zero
haven't traded all that well.
Google looking good.
As we've talked about, I thought last week's
All right, Google, nice turn.
Kramer, who was doing that interview, and this notion that semis or memory specifically is no longer a commodity, I thought was
Microsoft, a little dip
as we've heard from anybody in this space.
intraday just now.
You can say, well, of course, what do you think he's going to say? He's talking his book. Maybe. But that's still a pretty profound statement because
S&P trying to get back to even.
Investors, he thinks, should think about valuations today versus
All right, looks good.
historically cyclical trade, which some are trying to make the case is now a secular grower, or at least the cycle has been tremendously elongated.
That's where I am. That this is an incredibly elongated cycle, which may look a lot like a secular change. And frankly, if that's the case, I don't care.
We left off with Cloudflare from the watch list. Netflix trending. Buyers at the low of the day. Netflix, you can sell put premium down below the 50-day. I sold the 70, bought the 65. Credit spread for $93 per contract. Have 10 of those. I want to get out at like 30 cents. Make about $60 per contract. Plan on doing it again for like the 75, 70. Sell the 75, buy the 70. Netflix is good though. Netflix.
Is how rapidly this rotation is going on. It was just Wednesday afternoon that we had Micron up about 1,050, and now it's in the low 900s. I will tell you, the value of Micron as a company hasn't gone down by 10% in the last 4 days. That's just not what happens. The market may be trading perhaps in anticipation of NVIDIA's earnings, but if you're a long-term investor, I don't care if it's NVIDIA or Micron. These are buys right now.
Okay, well, how about another name, which for some reason doesn't feel like it's getting talked about enough, strangely enough. And I'm not going to say it's been a stealth mover, because if I told you it was up 170% year to date, you're like, well, how would that be stealth? But if we spend most of our time talking about NVIDIA and SK Hynix and Micron, why aren't we talking more about Marvell? Because Wolf says if we had to own one name, this would be it. There's the stock. Year to date, they report this week too. You can make a case equally as important as anything that's coming down the pike, because this has been a critical AI trade. The target's 224 today. That's an equal weight. So the stock's had a lot of run. Morgan Stanley says, all right, so let's sort of temper the expectations for the moment, given that. 310 at Wells. You own the name. What do you think about Marvell? I think Stephanie Link's got the name. Yes. And you guys have watched this thing just take off.
It has been a remarkable story in the AI infrastructure build out, and really has replaced what we believed Copper's position was in that food chain for the infrastructure build out. Optical fiber, Marvell is there. They have market share. They have strength of revenue growth from that. And they are positioning themselves with hyperscalers with significant deals, significant relationships, so the hyperscalers can secure what ultimately has become a commodity. So I think that's the way you have to think about it. The way that we were thinking about memory towards the end of the second quarter. Now, you can extrapolate from that and say, well, okay, Joe, memory hasn't traded so well since we had that conversation about it being a commodity. But I think Marvell finds itself in the same place. And I agree with Jimmy. You have to have the outlook here and the understanding that this is a very long runway, and embedded within that runway is going to be hyper volatility and periods where you see stocks pull back 15 to 20%. You're going to have to size accordingly if you want to maintain the position, believing the fundamental thesis remains valid.
Final A-block story Tim Cook begins his last week as Apple CEO. 15 years, the stock up 2,200%. It's had a pretty nice year as well. It's beaten the NASDAQ. Jimmy, I'm wondering what you think about this run, what it means for the name, moving forward.
I think that picture right there, we just went in close, but maybe we can zoom it back out. I mean, that's the legacy up 2,200%. That's a hell of a chart. And I remember, and I think we all remember that when Steve Jobs, unfortunately no longer with us, turned over the reins, that there were questions, who could possibly fill his shoes? Tim Cook did an excellent job. And there's, you know, he came in as an operations guy. He did operations very well. There was this label said that he's not an innovator. Okay, so what? We see what the stock has done. You know what he's done particularly well in the last 2 years is manage politics in a very quiet way. And I have to give him a lot of credit for that. It's not easy in this environment. He has done it well, in my opinion, but at the end of the day, that stock chart is
White
its legacy.
Sorry. How about the idea also that, you know, if I told you, okay, well, Apple's ahead of the NASDAQ itself in year-to-date performance, you know, they were so heavily criticized for being so late in the game to AI, and, you know, maybe their deliberateness in that was a virtue in the end, because they didn't spend money as crazily as some have suggested others have. They wanted to get it right. They didn't do some sort of dramatic deal, trying to chase something down, you know, go elephant hunting for something that may not have been the right move, just to appease investors who were getting a little antsy and anxious. And now they find themselves, it feels like, in a pretty decent spot, assuming they can get this Siri rollout correct. And they'll do that under what is now going to be a company led by a product guy, so to speak, in John Turnus.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. That's the perfect observation of what's happened. So they're not great communicators, Apple. They leave a lot to the imagination. So it wasn't their interest, and this is for Tim Cook, I think. You know, if you're going to look at what's the hallmark, it's what Jim says, doing things quietly. So did they say, let's wait on the sideline and see what emerges? So they kept the integrity of their balance sheet, of their cash flow, and they kept the integrity of their operating model. And what they have to fall back on is such a huge installed base that it's so expensive in terms of upsetting individuals to switch to another platform, switch to the Galaxy, whatever. So that works for them. But then again, you take a look at, you know, their announcements on Siri and how they're going to advance Siri, and they've continually fallen behind their own timeline. So I'd say part of it is luck, part of it is driven by their own strategy. But at the end of the day, I think people find safety, and they find safety in Apple because of the balance sheet, because of the brand name, and because most people in this country pick up their phone and devices every day. So that's why the company stock continues to endure. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens now that we have truly a new regime who's going to be more product driven. So I own some, it's not a big position. I'm going to stay there. I want to see what transpires, but to me, it's always been the same play in technology.
Well, he still is. Tim Cook's going to be breathing all things Apple. There's no doubt about that. We wish him well, obviously, at this next stage of his personal and his corporate life, too. All right, up next, Bitcoin's big rally. We will debate if that rebound has legs. Others are opining on that question today. We do have some top calls of the day ahead.
Okay. S&P. Let's look at trace. All right, hedge flows. We're right up in the thick of here. Resistance right in the zone. We got a 99 percentile at 76.60. We're at 76.66, 666. Okay, 99 percentile, right where we are. We're just above this level right now. And another level just above that with 7,700. Okay. Okay.
NVIDIA pulse, long dated.
DAIC vaulted down.
70. 660. 70, 660. And that, okay. Oracle. Okay, Oracle. A little hammer on Oracle. All right, Netflix popping up here. Netflix.
CNBC News update. U.S. military says it struck a suspected drug trafficking boat in the Eastern Pacific, killing 2 people. It's the first announced attack in about 2 months. More than 210 people have died in the nearly year-long campaign, which critics question on legal grounds. The Pentagon offered no evidence the vessel carried drugs. San Francisco 49ers principal owner Jake York was arrested in Ohio on suspicion of engaging in prostitution. Court records show that charge was amended. York pleaded no contest to misdemeanor disorderly conduct and possessing criminal tools. A judge imposed concurrent 1-day jail sentences and $1,150 in fines. And machines are breaking records at the World Humanoid Robot Games in Beijing. One robot beat Usain Bolt's 100-meter mark, and another bested the men's high jump record. More than 2,000 robots are competing in 51 events, including running, table tennis, soccer, and much more, showcasing China's rapid advances in robotics. Scott, back over to you. All right, Frank. Thanks, Frank Collins. Let's hit some committee stocks on the move. First, I want to talk about Bitcoin just to focus on what's been happening here. It has been a big rally, as you know, the biggest rally since 2023 of 14% in 1 week. Needham says it has legs. Does the crypto rebound? Which you were in the IBIT. Are you looking at this again here? What are we thinking?
Yeah, I'm looking at it again. It's obviously moved, as you pointed out, pretty far, pretty quickly. But right now, it looks like legislation is going to be a reality. It's got to happen before midterms. And when you've got a White House that's so personally invested in this space, you have to believe that's going to keep going positively. But you just don't know how to value it. There's no intrinsic value to it whatsoever. So you really do need the legislation, and you need those tailwinds to continue. So if it pulls back a little bit, or if it stabilizes here, I think I'll get back in. Remember, prior peak was about 125. I don't know if we get there, but I do think there's some more room or because it's momentum instrument.
Okay. Wolf today's making a call on Gilead's technicals, Joe. They say a breakthrough in play. What do we think here? It's been a laggard amongst its peers, now improving in our trend model. What do you think? 157 they think is in play. And moving back towards its high from earlier in February. You can see it there on the chart. You're beginning to build this momentum and this appeal to have ownership of biotech, in particular large cap biotech. Gilead fits in that narrative. I was looking today to see where we see the strongest momentum in the healthcare place. It's interesting because it's Insight, it's Vertex, it's Amgen, it's Lilly. It really is the large cap bio trade. Is it Jim's AbbVie, Vertex?
Okay, Microsoft turning back up a little bit. Netflix.
Has been hot for the last several months, and within healthcare, pharma, and biopharma, I look at Vertex as a great example. This is not a cheap stock, and frankly, that's what's held it back over the last year and a half. But now it's powering through. I think that has a lot more to do with technicals than anything else. The fundamentals haven't changed. It's been a great company all along. I think I can say the same about Gilead, Regeneron, and Amgen. These things are catching a bit. This is where the money's flowing. The fundamentals have consistently been there.
Okay, Netflix.
What's their current position in Moderna?
Trending.
And the stock move of last week.
Yes, I've been looking at Moderna when it's trading 50s and 60s, never pulled the trigger. As soon as I saw the announcement pre-market, I bought it. I bought decent size, but then the stock continued to move. It almost tripled on that day. And so I sold part of that. I still have a small position in it. And I looked at, look, I said years ago, well, the stock back then fell down to the 20s, don't forget. That was going to be one of the best drug companies of all time. I think when they came out,
All right, VIX, we got some
which is cancer, it shows that you need it. So the
flatness here. Still VIX, no follow through. 10-year yield, just basically in a range, slight upward slope in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. Need that to move a bit lower. Junk bonds. All right, seeing a little bit more strength in junk bonds. We need to see that back above the 50-day, like high yield corporate. High yield corporate continues to trend less risky than junk bonds. Same idea. Junk bonds have a higher probability of failing. Companies that go to the junk bond market for financing. Issuing debt to pay for ongoing operations tends to be pretty risky. So we keep an eye on it. And if it gets above the 50-day, looking for the 50-day to start trending higher into year end, that would be good. New York Stock Exchange, when in doubt, you always want to check the New York Stock Exchange. We got a spinning top. We're in the upper half of Friday's action. So neutral to bullish. If we can follow through, close at the high of the day, that would be excellent for New York Stock Exchange. Google, I want to buy some Google. I just don't want to do it at the high of the day. Gets above the 50-day tomorrow. That would be a good reference point.
In the consumer discretionary sector, it kind of appears and then it removes itself, and it's difficult to allocate that direction. Of the 9 consumer discretionary names that we own, 8 of them have negative momentum right now. This is the only name that has positive momentum.
SpaceX, couple of days in the same zone. Thursday, Friday. Today we're trying to break a little bit higher.
Goes to 98. You own it, but you own it too. So let's hear from you.
So the price cuts are just reflecting that the stocks.
SpaceX.
That has a lot to do with that. Zero DT.
Palantir. Okay, so a lot of the action is in Bitcoin related names. Coinbase, Strategy. Coinbase dipping a little bit, but it did gap up this morning. Like Thursday, like Friday. Talking heads mentioning the president having some activity in this area, so people are buying Bitcoin over the last few days. So Bitcoin looking really good on the daily. You can see over here on the right. Broke out of a squeeze. All right, almost above 80,000 here. Okay, so what was the high of the day? It's the high of the day. Yeah, we broke above 80,000 earlier. We're drifting a little bit lower right now. 80,000 is right here. 80,000. Okay, so 80,000. We're above 80,000 there on Bitcoin. We had 80,110. All right, look for that to continue over the next several days. If you're swinging Bitcoin or Bitcoin stocks, give your position a little bit more running room, like Coinbase. Look for this to continue higher. Maybe a target of the 200-day. BITX, 2 times Bitcoin strategy. Wouldn't buy it up here at the high, but I would be buying dips. Okay, Mercado Libre, number 2 on the NASDAQ 100. Lots of opening range breakout alerts this morning. Bullish follow through. Earnings were back in August the 5th for the June period. They beat by, looks like 53 cents, 405 million. So Mercado Libre, I guess that's considered the Amazon of South America, right? Mercado Libre. What is the one for Africa? I forget the name of it. It's a German company. If you think of it, just throw it in the room. Monster Beverages. A lot of the consumer staples names got a bid this morning. Don't buy it up here at the high. Wait for BNC pivots into the period between 12:30 and 2 o'clock. See if we get a little bid. Maybe I'll pull back the VWAP and the bounce. Okay, futures pulling back a bit.
SPX pulse. Long dated. SPX pulse.
Long-legged doji on the daily.
Put. SPX pulse. Long dated. Deep put.
Okay, Tempest AI showing signs of some buying here, some shorts covering. Inside day. At this point, because of the way it ran up last week on news, I'd be looking for consolidation unless it breaks out and continues.
So can they outrun those headwinds? Joining me now is David Bessent, the head of equity product and strategy over at Schwab Asset Management. This is an interesting conversation because international has kind of lagged. It's been the U.S. exceptionalism trade for such a long time. What exactly is driving all of the fund interest and flow into global equities outside of the U.S.?
I think, Dom, finally investors are starting to see the benefit that can come along with international investing. You look back at years like 23 and 24, exactly what you said is so U.S. dominated. We really saw the resilience in international markets come back in 2025, and the outperformance in international markets really drove a lot of investor interest in international index and products.
How much do ETF and fund investors at this stage have to scrutinize things like interest rates on the 10-year note in the U.S. and currency valuations, the dollar relative to...
Okay, continuing on. Costco. Big move on Costco. Costco looking bullish.
We're starting to see that investors are understanding that benefit. Year to date, we've seen at Schwab Asset Management over $8 billion in index ETF and mutual fund flows or products. Really, that's being led by SCHF, the product you have there on the screen, our international equity ETF, which is approaching $70 billion in assets today.
And before we let you go, which factor or two are the most key when it comes to looking at the types of international funds that you want to invest in for ETFs?
You know, at Schwab Asset Management, we're always pushing low cost. That's the one thing that every investor controls in their portfolio. 3 basis points for SCHF is a great value. I think the other thing is a broad-based index. Rather than trying to make a specific tactical play in your portfolio, look at something that's broad-based beta exposure.
All right, we're going to continue this entire conversation over at etfedge.cnbc.com. David is going to be joined by Josh Jones, portfolio manager over at Boston Partners, manages a big equity ETF on the international side. Scott, I'll send things back over to you guys.
Okay, looking at some of those sharks that you mentioned, Corey. Okay, let's take a look at those. Let's go with Solana. SOLT. Solana. Big gap up. 2 times ETF Solana. SOXS. Short. Okay, turning back up. Short on the semis. FBTC, that's Fidelity, FBTC. That's long Bitcoin, FBTC, Fidelity Wise, Origin, Bitcoin fund. I like BITX personally. Has potential. I mean, if you buy 100 shares, 1,000 shares, and just sit on this, just put a stop underneath today's low. Wait for the little dip first. If we get a little dip, maybe buying some BITX doesn't make some sense there. Look for Bitcoin to continue higher into year end. We definitely came off the low. So BITX, Bitcoin. Okay, so you can see where Bitcoins come from. Weekly. Okay, so can we get the can we get back to 95,000? Looks like that's where we're headed. We're above the 10 EMA weekly, a bit extended now. So if you're just starting a position, just know that this could pull back. So you definitely want to be buying dips. Once you see the dip turn, okay, like this, you put a stop underneath, and then ride it up until it takes out the moving averages in this case. Dipping again, so we're looking for the next turn up in Bitcoin. Apple turning back up. Amazon, Google hanging on the highs. Meta just off the highs of the day. Nvidia turning. S&P fading. All right, so this is the slower time of the day.
Play some options action in Chicago at the SIBO Global Market with Oliver Rennick. What do you see today?
Hey, Scott, someone is betting gold's best month since 2008 is coming to an end. In the biggest options trade on the tape this morning, someone sold over $200 million worth of 420 strike calls in GLD expiring September 18th, and then bought the same number in expiry of 430 strike calls for $144 million, giving them a net almost $60 million position with a break-even price of 425 GLD by expiry in 4 weeks. Oftentimes, selling spreads reflects a neutral view, but since gold is trading above the break-even right now, this is technically a bearish trade, but it's more about gold running out of gas than reversing. Their gains are maxed out at 420. It's also worth pointing out that up until this trade, the flows were looking very bullish in GLD. 4 times more call buying than put buying today. But one could argue with real yields going up this month as well, this rally in gold perhaps has already gone against some conventional assumptions, Scott.
All right, well, we'll see what the trades are from the panel here. I'll see it. Oliver, thank you. Oliver Rennick, doing Newmont. I do. What do you think about gold from here?
So we've had Newmont since April 2025, about $52. It appears to me that Newmont mining specifically is about to break out above its January highs of 134. Now, Newmont mining, the miners are ahead of gold itself. GLD just kind of crossed back above its critical moving averages. It's working towards rebuilding momentum. I actually like the miners here a little bit better than I actually do the gold commodity, which is rare for me because generally I'll say about the commodity. Do you have a thought on gold?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we're setting up here for another play in terms of investor flows coming in. You have to watch the central banks, especially in this environment, so continuing to try to diversify, especially with the pressure on treasuries recently.
Let's look at the gold price itself, not the GLD, just for a moment. Jimmy, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is reflective of a reflation trade that is going on, or inflation, however you want to call it. I'm not in gold particularly. I'm in other materials like steel, like concrete, aggregates, certainly energy. So I think this is all part of the overall idea that economic activity is picking up. Inflation is while not out of sight, high, and whether it's gold, steel, or oil, you're going to feel it in all of those places.
It certainly is in steel. I think you're the wrong one. The steel dynamics, Jimmy.
I'm just going to quietly let the third
Sandisk
come
pulse.
in, and we'll talk about it after that.
Okay.
Because, in all seriousness, I'll address that head on.
When is that?
Cleveland, that's not going to be until the end of October, but Cleveland Cliffs, I think, is coming out of the penalty box. It was deservedly in the penalty box. They had a pretty good second quarter and a pretty good
Micron
outlook.
pulse.
And if they confirm
Long
that in the
dated.
third quarter, Lorenzo, if you confirm that in the third quarter, you're out of the penalty
Can I
box.
ask you what you have against Steel Dynamics? 33% revenue growth on 229% over the last 5 years, while Cleveland Cliffs has struggled.
Yeah.
And you and I have gone back and forth at nauseam the last several years, and I can't get you to buy Steel
No,
Dynamics.
but I think this is a great discussion because as you're talking about quite often quality, right? So you're looking at the balance sheet, Steel Dynamics. Yes, balance sheets and the so-called impairment of it with Cleveland Cliffs is a risk, but if they come out of it, which I think they will, it's a heck of an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity. But this is a decision that one makes. You've said, I want to be in the higher quality balance sheet. Fine, go for it. I'm comfortable with what I know of the business model and the people running Cleveland Cliffs, taking the risk of the balance sheet.
That's uncharacteristic for you, though. Generally, you gravitate more towards quality.
You are correct, but if you can do the analysis and get comfortable with the business model, particularly for this company with a lot of things going on, grain oriented, electrical steel, things like that, then you get comfortable with.
All right, Mike Santoli, he's next.
All right, S&P is just sitting here chopping around.
Meta pulse. Long dated. Tesla pulse. Long dated.
GIPR. DAIC.
Zero DTE pulse. Size.
GIPR. DAIC.
DAIC halted to the upside.
GIPR. GIPR. GIPR.
SPX pulse. Long dated.
All right, we're back. Senior markets commentator and overtime co-anchor Michael Santoli is here at Post 9 for his midday word. What are you thinking as we embark on this critical week?
It is critical. I think that because bonds are well behaved for the moment, it just revs up the market's dispersant engine, right? You have another downside test in semiconductors.
The low today down a few percent. It's right on the sort of trend line from March. So it's a lot of technical stuff going on. Are semis going to actually hurt the tape, or can we make it up somewhere else? We're making it up somewhere else. Mag 7's up 0.5% as a group. You have the Apple contra trade, so that's working. And I do think that maybe last week's bond market chatter just got a little bit too loud and overheated, just given the magnitude of the moves and even the counter moves by Treasury. So we'll see. I think there's a case to be made that the bond market was kind of due for a bid anyway, and you had Treasury Secretary coming out, maybe knowing you want to get on the right side of it, maybe see if you can slow the rise. I don't think it scrambled the whole equation for stocks in the economy, but it's pretty dicey internally in terms of where the market is feeling the rate pressure.
Yeah, high stakes this week. NVIDIA, share wars, relative to rates and all that. I'll see you at 3. We'll take a break. We'll come back to finals.
I love gold. Sandisk Pulse, long dated. I love gold. Sandisk Pulse, long dated. I love gold. Zero DTE puts. Size.
All right, S&P is just sitting here doing nothing.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
All right, Netflix on the move. Apple just popped up. So did Meta, Amazon, Google. Netflix looking good here. Netflix. Netflix pushing higher.
DAIC.
SP exports, long dated.
DAIC halted to the upside. DAIC.
SP exports, long dated.
GIC. CDTG.
VIX Pulse.
CDTG. GIPR. FBN.
FBN.
All right, trade clock closing bell. Dave Greenhouse, Stephanie Lake, Courtney Garcia, Chris Burrow. So I'll see you for the final hour of trade as we kick off what is a very important week, as you know. Stephen Weiss, what's your final trade?
Bitcoin
Compared
Ponzi
back to
Pulse.
position,
Long
right now
dated.
it's pretty solid. They report tomorrow morning. So this is a high risk call. But I think it's been so
FBN
negative
wanted
in the
to the
stock
upside.
that I think it'll do well and actually be a good quarter.
This whole space has been kind of squirrely, hasn't it, lately?
It's been destroyed. So there are values there. And I think TIX is one of the ones that you want to own going forward.
Okay, good stuff, Jimmy.
BlackRock quietly rallying. Looks like it's going to take out its 52-week high soon.
Jen?
Industrial, Joe mentioned the pressure earlier, electrical equipment and data center is not the only name in the game here.
Charles Schwab is breaking out.
Okay, well, 2/3 of 1% today. There you go. All right, good stuff. I'll see you at 3. The exchange begins right now.
GIPR.
Bitcoin Ponzi
And welcome to the
Pulse.
exchange, everybody. I am Brian in for
Long
Kelly
date.
Evans today. As you can see with the
Bitcoin
podium there to your
Ponzi
right,
Pulse.
Treasury Secretary Scott
Long
Bessent,
dated.
all set to give a
Bitcoin
press conference
Ponzi
in just a
Pulse.
few minutes. When it
Long
begins,
dated.
we will take it to you live. Now, Secretary Bessent expected to announce hardcore new sanctions against Iran. In an op-ed in the Financial Times over the weekend, Bessent promised a, quote, economic D-Day coming for Iran with the, quote, full weight of American resolve. Now, despite the risk of tougher sanctions, or maybe because of them, crude oil is actually lower right now, about 2%. Remember, if Iran is less able to sell its oil easily around the world, it might be forced to sell that oil on the black market, which means offering a discount. Of course, the risk to higher oil prices would be any scenario where less Iranian oil hits the global market. We'll talk all about this extensively over the next 2 hours, of course, based on what Secretary Bessent says. Now, for stocks, the market's in your money. It's kind of a mixed market ahead of that press conference. Markets here, you can see Dow's up a little bit, markets down. Semiconductors, though, they are in focus. They are selling today. SanDisk, Western Digital, Seagate, all lower. NVIDIA, by the way, which has earnings on Wednesday night, is on pace for its 7th negative session in a row. Now, another big part of Bessent's talk may be about Treasury's bond buying plan. That is sending bonds up and yields down a little bit right now. Of course, Bessent would like to see yields move a lot lower. Steve Leisman has fresh exclusive reporting on just that. We also have
Netflix still pushing.
kind of like a Federal Reserve meeting. You know, Eamon had to go away. We're going to hear from Eamon in a bit, Steve. But what can you tell us about Treasury and bonds?
Brian, thanks. CNBC has learned that the Treasury could use its near $1 trillion general account to help fund its recently announced plans to increase purchases of government bonds. That is according to CNBC Treasury officials who I spoke with. Using the Treasury general account, the TGA, think of it as the government's rainy day fund. It would provide the Treasury with
Netflix.
to influence long.
Sorry, Netflix.
Steve, apologies. Let's go down to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Looks good. Netflix.
United States Treasury
has begun Operation Economic Outcast, unprecedented campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Okay. Make sure you're watching the markets right now.
Second World War, D-Day marked the historic beginning of a campaign with our allies to target and drive the enemy from its positions, including those in third countries. Today, in that same spirit, we are launching an economic onslaught against Iran's financial connections around the globe. Our objective is to sever every economic lifeline that sustains this tyrannical regime until Tehran stands alone. Iran's fanatics devote themselves to death to America and seek nuclear weapons to do just that. They have murdered and maimed more of our citizens and service members than any other terrorist regime on earth. And they have been at war against America, their neighbors in the Gulf, and much of the world for 47 years. President Trump has taken
Whoops.
leadership. America is no longer managing the Iranian threat. We are ending it. Our great armed forces have laid the groundwork for achieving the president's objective of preventing Iran from ever obtaining nuclear weapons. They have shown America's resolve to finally end this threat. And the strength of America's economy under President Trump allows us to wage this sustained financial operations alongside the
Yeah, that's Jumia.
Iran now faces a very clear choice with only two paths before them: complete global isolation and a subsistence economy, or a path back to normalcy with an opportunity to rejoin the global economy. Today, we are launching Operation Economic Outcast to foreclose every other option available to the Iranian regime. Treasury has mapped every node, every facilitator, and every network that Iran has used to smuggle oil and evade sanctions. Beginning today, the actions of Treasury and other agencies will tighten the noose and block every potential source of revenue that funds the IRGC and the evil Iranian regime. We're enforcing a zero leakage approach. There will be no minimal breathing space for the regime to rebuild its capacity to inflict terror against America and the world. The final refuge of this regime is the mistaken conclusion of nations that still finance the Iranian threat in the hopes of evading it. It is no longer acceptable to operate in the gray spaces of this conflict. Countries cannot claim they are blind to enabling this activity. Iran's enablers purchase and transport its petroleum. They facilitate the flow of its finances through exchange houses and free trade zones. They welcome Iran's flights and maintain registries on its behalf. They turn a blind eye to seaborne fuel transfers and overland transits. They condone illicit use of their banks, all the while concealing the extent of their complicity. The president is making phone calls to world leaders with specific requests to cease their interaction with the regime. We are already seeing results. Over the weekend, comments from Iranian leadership clearly acknowledge the effect of this campaign. Nations that facilitate any interactions with the regime should quickly heed our message. Those who stand with the United States will reap the rewards of our partnership. Those who tether themselves to the Iranian regime should expect to share in the isolation of a withering regime. Teams from Treasury, State, and the U.S. military are now meeting with their global counterparts to tell them that the United States expects. Every country has a defined timeline to shut down activities we have identified. If they do not take action, we will do so unilaterally through Treasury authorities. For example, every branch of Bank Melee must be shuttered and dark. And let me be clear, Any entity that facilitates
Zero
money laundering
DTE
on behalf of Iran
size
will be removed from the U.S. dollar system. The clock just started ticking. The new sectoral sanctions determinations issued today target 5 of Iran's most vital lifelines that it exploits in other countries: digital assets, gold, aviation, and shipping. These measures broaden secondary sanctions risk for anyone foolish enough to continue conducting business with this regime and will accelerate the speed with which we pursue them.
Zero DTE.
As I speak, Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control is also sanctioning over 60 entities, individuals, and vessels around the world that enable the Iranian regime to procure illicit nuclear and missile technology, conduct cyber operations, and generate oil revenue. This is a sustained campaign to collapse every last option for Iran. Let there be no ambiguity as to the position of the United States in economic engagement of any kind with this murderous regime will expose those responsible to the full reach of American power. For decades, this regime has drawn strength from a calculus that regards Iranian retaliation as certain and American enforcement as negotiable. Under President Trump, that era is over. To the ordinary soldier supporting this regime, as more and more of your paychecks stop or are supposedly just delayed, ask whether your commanders are leading your country to triumph or to ruin. And recall that the Berlin Wall fell when ordinary soldiers decided to shoot at the wrong people. To those who enable Tehran, do not discount the cost of testing Washington's resolve. No nation should expect to enjoy the rewards of our system while helping those who seek to destroy it. It is now a time for world leaders to make a decision between prosperity and isolation, peace and terror, America and Iran. The campaign we begin today will gather force with every day that follows, and it will not end until this regime stands alone. With that, I welcome your questions. David from Reuters.
Hi, thanks, Secretary. One of the most powerful tools you have at your disposal is the ability to impose secondary sanctions on banks and financial institutions that facilitate transactions for Iran. Chinese banks have often been talked about being targeted, but we don't see any of those institutions targeted here. Is that something that is coming in this campaign, or is the very delicate trade truce with China something that could prohibit you from going that far and taking a very big step?
We want to make clear here today that no one is above the reach of U.S. sanctions. That if they facilitate transactions and are part of the ecosystem that turns Iranian oil into money, into repression, they will be targeted. We find that the best way to engage with countries is through quiet diplomacy, and we are level setting with every country to tell them our expectations. We know who they are, they know who they are. So when the hammer of U.S. Treasury actions falls upon them, they will have no one to blame but themselves. Richard from CBS.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep puts.
We want to make clear today that no one is above the reach of U.S. sanctions. That if they facilitate transactions and are part of the ecosystem,
Zero DTE, also. Size.
Money, consumer friendship, they will be targeted. We find that
Zero DTE, size. Zero DTE, call sign. Size. Zero DTE, put string. Size.
We know who they are,
WYFI.
So
DASC may rise in 10 seconds.
0 DTE put strip. Size. Long dated.
Richard, CBS.
You said the president is calling world leaders.
Q's posts. Long dated.
And there's a defined timeline. Who is he calling?
We're not going to name names. But we've already seen some results. And you're left quite persuasive. And we are following this polls from business, polls from the State Department and from the U.S. Treasury.
0 DTE call sign. Size. 0 DTE call strip. Size. 0 DTE size. 0 DTE put strip. Size. 0 DTE put strip. Size.
Even not that. Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. Jennifer Sean from the government. You said momentum was sanctions. What specific secondary sanctions or penalties is Treasury prepared to levy against Chinese banks and shipping wrong? And then secondly, I think to take these unprecedented sanctions, you've also said that the Iran conflict phase
0 DTE call strip. Size.
Time you have mentioned in the toolkit, and I'm curious if you're looking at reducing option sizes offered to updated treasury debt. What other actions?
0 DTE put strip. Size. 0 DTE put strip. Size.
Next PON may rise in 10 seconds.
So you can be here. In terms of, as I said,
SP exports. SP exports.
All right, just listening to Bessent.
Economic asphyxiation of this regime.
0 DTE call strip. Size.
No one should test our Josh,
You said you weren't going to name names, but there's been some reports that the United Arab Emirates is in some of the First Nations to take seriously these words from the United States to cut off all business interactions with the brand. Is UAE leading the way in this respect?
0 DTE put strip. Size.
Last week when I listened lightweight and I expect
0 DTE call strip. Size. 0 DTE put strip. 0 DTE call strip. Size.
What have these countries done over the years? They subject to violent attacks.
CNN.
It shows that this regime
DASC may resume in less than a minute.
AMD puts. Long dated. Deep puts. AMD puts. Long dated. Deep puts. 0 DTE put strip. Size.
This meeting today, you should expect that payments to continue, and I would expect that you will see a major announcement of the financial institution being sanctioned by the industry. GIBR. That's Samira from Scott.
DAIC may res in 10 seconds.
AMD long dated deep puts 0 DTE put strip size Meta pulse long dated deep calls
Their very best to bond with we saw them take down today. Like last week, there's any possibility of being for bond.
I can wait for some market. The next we have an operation. It's GIP arms. One more. Let's see. You described this as an economic the deviated threat invasion in the US. What are the decisions today? Well, we
DAIC held it down.
opportunity to remedy that behavior. GIP arm.
AMST.
Secondary section already very done. Okay, read. You do that secondary.
Tesla pumps long dated deep calls
To meet our expectations, we expect, they should expect, they should be processes. Okay, thank you all.
0 DTE size
So we help today.
0 DTE put strip size 0 DTE put strip SPX points long dated 0 DTE puts size 0 DTE call sign size
That more people get sick on a random day in late August for a more believable reason.
SPX points long dated
For a day trip or school starts, or check out that hike we've been putting out all summer. So be proud of us for clocking into work today. I thought you meant
GIPR.
Cool.
GIPR.
0 DTE puts size
The weather, it's great weather, but isn't this pretty late to be going back to school? I was always early August because I lived in Florida, but when did you
0 DTE put strip size 0 DTE put strip size
They're already back in school in August. I'm like, well, where's your son? I find it hard to believe, though, that August 24th is actually the sickest day, though, because the second sickest is February 13th, which is the day after the Super Bowl, and that is always famously, the Super Bowl hangover. So I need to look a little bit further into this data. Well, I think that is why it's not the sickest day, because if this is the first one and that's the second one, perhaps there's other factors going on than the flu. And now a word from our sponsor, American Express. Deal. Where's the most memorable place you've ever made a business purchase? Business happens everywhere these days, like planes, trains, or even during a friend's really long wedding ceremony. Well, you should know the American Express Business Platinum Card can't
Zero DTE put strip. Start. Zero DTE put strip. Start.
And 2x points on eligible purchases in key business categories, as well as on eligible purchases of $5,000.
SP exports.
Terms and caps apply. So you can earn points on the business purchases you're already making and redeem them for wherever the journey takes you. Learn more at go.amex/morningbrew and find out your welcome offer, which could be as high as 300,000 membership rewards points. That's go.amex/morningbrew. Offer and benefit terms apply. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney said the U.S. and its country were effectively at war after America slapped
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
range of goods on Saturday. We got attacked, Carney said, discussing trade negotiations that broke down in the last hour, leading to the tariffs being imposed. He added, "We recognize from the start that America has changed. We recognize that sometimes its signature is written in pencil."
Zero DTE put strip. Start. Zero DTE put strip. Start.
State. Earlier this summer, Trump announced a fresh round of tariffs on Canada, 50% on $20 billion worth of goods, in retaliation for unfair treatment of American products, particularly alcohol, by Canadian provinces. It looked like an agreement was about to be reached on Friday, but discussions fell apart, with both sides blaming each other on last-second curveballs thrown into the deal.
DAIC may res in 10 seconds.
Trade war is heating way back up, with implications for both the Canadian and American economies. In response to Trump's tariffs, Carney said that he would target American goods dollar for dollar beginning on September 8th, the Tuesday after Labor Day. Trump is not backing down either, writing on social media, "Canada wants the benefits of being a state without being one. They've also charged our great farmers for many years massive amounts of tariffs. No more.
SP
So get ready
exports.
to take up
Long
arms
dated.
against Canada." No, I like my syrup, but too much. But this is a risk for Mark Carney.
Zero DTE put strip. Start. Zero DTE put strip. Start.
We are the Canada.
Zero DTE put. Start. Zero DTE put. Start.
The reason he feels emboldened to do so is because he's got a lot of support. He had very high approval ratings, more than 75%
SP exports.
in one poll.
Long dated.
Right to walk away, and nearly 90% worried about economic costs. So basically, you're seeing people are saying that, hey, we are concerned that the economic costs are coming, but we support the fact that you are
Zero
doing so.
DTE.
Just
Call
18%
Start.
wanted Canada make concessions to get a deal done. So that is why, at least in the short term, people are willing to eat some of that economic pain just to stand up to Trump in America. So what are these tariffs? What is the U.S. putting tariffs on in Canada? It is $20 billion worth of goods, which is a small fraction of the overall trade.
Zero DTE put strip. Start. Zero DTE put strip. Start.
All right. Apple off the high of the day. Netflix grinding a bit higher, along with Meta. Amazon and Google are off the highs. S&P pulling back a bit.
Zero DTE put strip. Start. 0 DTE put strip. Size 0 DTE puts. 0 DTE puts.
TJGC. DAIC may resume in less than a minute. FBMNU may resume in less than a minute.
Zero DTE size 0 DTE put strip size 0 DTE put strip 0 DTE puts
DAIC may res in 10 seconds. FBMNU may res in 10 seconds.
DAIC.
Okay.
0 DTE puts
Oracle squeezing.
DTE
Just consolidating. Looking for that higher low.
0 DTE call sign size 0 DTE
Meta pushing a bit higher into the evening session.
0 DTE puts
Opening range breakout signal in the morning with nice volume. We're above those levels. Looks like Meta's headed back towards the 50-day. Okay, so that's something to consider.
0 DTE
Okay, so it looks like Meta's headed back to that
size
50-day moving average. Looks pretty good for those of you in Meta. I have a position in Meta too.
FBMNU vaulted to the upside.
0 DTE put strip Zero DTE call sign size SBS books.
Netflix pushing a bit higher. Netflix looking good here. Netflix, for those of you in Netflix, along with myself. About to break above recent highs. We're stair-stepping higher, looking good. We know that what you call it? Bill Ackman is in this one. All right, so there'll be some copycats joining as well. I don't know if there's any ETFs that mirror his positions. This looks good though.
Micron pulse.
Headed for the 200-day moving average overhead.
Deep puts. Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. Sandisk pulse. SBS pulse. Zero DTE put strip. Size. SPS points.
All right, Netflix is on the move here. Netflix on the move. What's going on here? Where is the right side of my chart?
Tesla pulse. Long dated.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
Bitcoin backed off a bit. Bitcoin. Netflix is looking good, though. Netflix at the high of the day.
And then you may resume in less than a minute.
SPS points.
DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
CRWB pulse. Long dated. CRWB pulse. Long dated.
Looking good. Netflix looking good.
FB and then you may rise in 10 seconds.
Zero DTE put strip. Size.
What's Chewy doing? Chewy was looking good last week. Chewy. All right, breaking out. Chewy's trying to break out. Okay, we're above last week's highs and the recent pivot high at the end of July, early August. Looks good. The volume looks good. Chewy.
Long dated.
Chewy looks good.
DAIC.
Zero DTE puts. Size.
DAIC.
Caterpillar. Caterpillar. Visa looking good. MasterCard looking for continuation as well. Sitting on VWAP at the moment. Biotechs have been strong. Okay, taking a break today, consolidating. Financials with a bounce. Citigroup, Bank of America, BAC, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs. Okay. Meta hanging out near the highs. It's feels like it's later. It's 1:43 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday, August 24th. I'm going to make a little lunch, I think. Let's see. What's Meta's doing okay. Okay, SpaceX turning back up. I'm going to watch SpaceX for a few minutes. I'm going to make a sandwich or something. Give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. SPCH, SPCX. All right, I'll be right back.
FBN halted to the upside.
FBN.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
GIPR. FBN.
DAIC may res in 10 seconds.
Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls. Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls.
DAIC.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing, and it's not just NVIDIA, right, Bobby? It's so many of the AI hyperscalers that are issuing bonds because they just
NVIDIA pulse, NVIDIA pulse.
DAIC halted to the upside.
having the impact to some extent of crowding out
DAIC.
treasuries and why we're seeing
SB exports. SP exports. Long dated.
VN may resume in less than a minute.
S&P 500. Doji for now at the 21 day.
VN may rise in 10
Long
seconds.
dated.
Palantir popping back up. Palantir.
Sandisk pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. 0 DTE puts. Size. Amazon pulse. Long dated.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute. DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
Chewy looking for that follow through.
Tesla pulse.
FBN may resume in less than a minute.
All right. Mm-hmm.
FBN may rise in 10 seconds.
Micron pulse.
All right, Chewy. Let's see what Chewy looks like. Chewy. Okay, what can we reasonably target? The 200-day at 26. $26.
And then you vault it down. And vault it down.
Zero DTE puts. Signs. Nvidia pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. Nvidia pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
DAIC. NEXT. DAIC. DAIC.
Markets are fairly quiet right now. S&P is at 76.50. Cash
DAIC, ARCT. DAIC vaulted to the upside. DAIC.
SPS pulse. Long dated.
FBNNU may resume in less than a minute.
Q's pulse. Long dated. 0
FBN may resume in
DTE.
less
Call
than a
sign.
minute.
Sign.
FBNNU may rise in 10 seconds.
Zero DTE. Call
FBN may rise in 10
sign.
seconds.
Oh boy. Slow day. Very choppy. The slight upward sloping hedge flow at the moment. Higher low, looking for a higher high. Big resistance at 76.60. We were briefly above it before.
Zero DTE. Call sign. SMH pulse. Long dated.
Netflix grinding back up to the highs. A little profit taking at the moment. The New York FANG components are all mixed at the moment. Let's see what that looks like. New York FANG. Netflix just fading a bit from the high. Top of the range. Okay, so we had buyers at the low of the day. That's a good sign for perhaps tomorrow.
Sign.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
Zero DTE. Call sign. Sign.
Okay, Apple. Apple had a nice little pop earlier. A doji sitting on top the 50-day. Hopefully we can get a follow through. Today is pretty slow. Markets are had a nice little run up in the morning and they just faded and went sideways for the most part. Doji on Apple expected. Amazon and Google looking at getting back into these two positions. I'd like to see a follow through tomorrow, and then if we get a candle above today's candle, a move above yesterday's high, I'll put a stop under tomorrow's low of the day, and look for this to climb back up to 287.20. Amazon, Google. So I'll add these to the watch list. Amazon and Google. Let's see. Okay, Amazon. Let's see. Okay, Google. I don't think I have Google on here, do I? No, Google.
Long dated. Tesla Pulse.
So adding these to the watch list.
Size. Tesla Pulse. Tesla Pulse. SanDisk Pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
We left off with AT&T. This is looking good. AT&T. Trending. Fairly inexpensive name. You could try some debit spreads. Not a bad idea. Like buy, maybe it's 25, sell the 30 or something like that. For, I would say, October. I wouldn't buy them right this minute. I'd wait for a little dip, of course. We're at the high of the day. If you have AT&T, keep an eye on it. This looks pretty good. Verizon, also looking good. Another name in the telecommunications group. This is what got my attention in the first place. Back here below the 50-day when it broke above that green line a few weeks ago. That was an opportunity to get long telecommunications. Verizon looked good, so I looked at AT&T. I liked what I saw. And now that's following through. Let's see, AT&T. AT&T. Okay, that looks good. Trending now. Trending. AT&T. Good.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. AMD Pulse. Long dated.
S&P turning back up.
0 DTE. Call strip. Size. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Ultimately, we want to see monthly momentum really start to change back to positive. I guess any word of advice to investors is really to stick with longer term trends. Since last October, it's been a very difficult crypto winter, like decline and Bitcoin and many other cryptocurrencies.
SPX Pulse.
It's going to take time. It's very difficult to get the lowest rates back to the highs. Normally, this is going to happen in more than a 2-step forward, 1-step back type process. I think it worked. As we get into September, we'll be
0 DTE. Call strip. Size.
typically only weakness in the midterm election. Clearly, be one of the better times to retire for your cycle of buying scouts and which do cryptocurrencies in that past. Bear market moves were likely are in cryptocurrencies, but it's not going to be a straight shot higher. We'll want to be patient. All of a sudden here, so that we can buy pullbacks if we can in September, October, or I think should start maybe some higher moves.
Excellent. And let's talk about the broader market here because we got, well, this could be one potential catalyst, you know, but that's over. And we're going to hear bullish and you've got to hear the words. So I think the market is going to be very interesting to really excited.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
The 2-day chart, we have seen
0 DTE, call strength, size. I love gold. Long dated. SP exports, long dated. Deep puts, SP exports, long dated. Deep puts, 0 DTE, call strength, size.
DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
0 DTE, call strength.
All right.
0 DTE, call strength, size.
S&P moving back above VWAP.
Zero DTE, call strength, size.
RACC.
All right, it's 2:11 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. S&P trying to drive a bit higher. Here is Meta pushing back up to the highs. Opening range breakout, trigger, signal, volume spike earlier today around 11:20. Meta looks like it has pretty decent probability. You know what? Let me add Meta to my watch list too. Meta. I'm going to add this to the watch list. Okay, let's look at the 60-minute. Needs to turn. It's back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. You know how I love the 60-minute for gauging new entries. Okay, so normally I would look at this and say, looks like a higher low. Probability we could follow through, take out the 9, the 21, and test the 50-day in the short term. I'd want to see volume. Volume starting to pick up. MACD stochastics are reset, so this looks good. Stochastics is reset and ready to go. MACD, shorter histogram bars, volume starting to pick up, indicating we're probably going to see a follow-through. RSI can push up through 50 over the next several days. Okay, here's Meta. Stochastics turning, MACD, shorter histogram bars, volume picking up, RSI starting to turn back up. So with that in mind, I'd be looking at the 60-minute chart, which is good because we're back above the 20 EMA. We're breaking the downtrend, it appears. Still possibility we get rejected right here in the next couple of days. So we need to break this trend. You can see there's a pivot over here. Okay, so if we break through this in the next couple of days, it'll mean we need to break through 570, 575. So that'll be 20 points from here. Looking at Meta as a potential candidate, I'll save this on the watch list. All right, so okay, that's on the watch list now. Let's see, AT&T, Tesla, we talked about, had a nice run up for the last 4 weeks. Stopping at the 50-day. Is it over with? I don't think so. If we get above the 50-day this week, that'll be a nice reference point. Okay, stochastics is already embedded at highs. MACD shows momentum is clearly with the bulls to lose. And RSI is making higher highs and higher lows. Just not a straight line, just zigzagging higher. So if we get above the 50-day, we got a nice shot to the 200-day. About 40 points up to this level. So Tesla, we'll watch for Tesla to do something. What's Palantir doing again? Okay, Palantir, SpaceX, Carnival is finally turned back up. Carnival, I sold calls this morning, took profits. That was on the most active last week. DoorDash climbing up the list today. DoorDash breaking out. DoorDash breaking out.
Zero DTE. Call strip. Zero DTE puts. Size. Spider pulse.
DoorDash breaking out.
Zero DTE. Call strip. Size. Zero DTE puts. Size.
DoorDash looks good.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size. Zero DTE. Put strip. Size. Zero DTE. Call strip. Size. Zero DTE. Put strip. Size. Zero DTE puts. Size. Zero DTE. Call side. Size. Tesla pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
All right.
Zero DTE. Call strip. Size.
DoorDash from back in June. I don't know if you're still in this one, but it looks really good.
Zero DTE. Put strip. Size.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
Zero DTE. Call strip. Size. Zero DTE. Put string. Size.
All right. Chewy looks good. DoorDash looks good.
NVIDIA pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Zero DTE. Call strip. Size. NVIDIA pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Bitcoin Ponzi pulse. Long dated. Q's pulse. Long dated. Nvidia Pulse, long dated, deep calls. 0DTE, put strip, size.
DoorDash looks good. Meta breaking out. Okay, Meta's breaking out here. All right, so looking good. Nice setup for the rest of the week. Meta.
Zero DTE, call strip, size. Zero DTE, call sign, size. AMD pulse, long dated, deep puts. AMD pulse, long dated, deep puts. AMD pulse, long dated, deep puts. SanDisk pulse. SanDisk pulse. Zero DTE, call sign, size. Zero DTE, put strip, size. Zero DTE, call strip, size.
DAIC melted down.
Okay, Intel looking pretty good too. Intel's pushing a bit higher. It's got a hammer on the daily. It might be an opportunity here. If you have a little patience. Okay, Intel looking for the break. Opening range high overhead from this morning. What was the pre-market volume? It's a Monday, so I'm not surprised that we didn't get much movement.
Zero DTE.
All right, it's 2:23 on the East Coast. It looks like we're going to get another thunderstorm today.
Tesla pulse, long dated. SanDisk pulse.
BTCT, BTCT, BTCT.
Long dated.
What is this? BTCT stocks, BTC digital. All right, big volume this morning. $2 stock.
Zero.
Ross Cameron, people over at Warrior Trading probably trade something like this. $1.72 up to 270. A point on 10,000 shares. He tends to trade with like 10, 15, 20,000, depending on the size. All right. One thing I will make a note of, I don't know if you're aware of it, but there was a naked short sell program using affiliate marketing that was brought up on federal charges in June. I don't know if you've noticed, but these small cap stocks tend to be working a lot better than they were back in the first part of the year before June. I think it was June. There was a federal lawsuit. There was a couple of firms, and it was like 100 people mentioned in the lawsuit. So basically what they would do is they're using like a martingale strategy where they would talk to affiliates and say, you know, you can trade, which is illegal, by the way. It's illegal to trade a short position without having shares to actually borrow from. What they were actually doing was turning a blind eye. And this particular brokerage firm was allowing naked short selling on stocks that did not have shares to cover it. A lot of times they were trading short from the highs. They were short from the highs more stock than there was in the float. And the lawsuit alleges that these things, and basically had a lot of evidence that showed that at some point you have to cover your short sale. And if you can't cover it, it shows up as I forget exactly the term, but anyway, there's this lawsuit. Bottom line is these smaller cap stocks that people like Ross Cameron and Tim, whatever his name is, I forget his name. These small cap stock traders, you don't have that mechanism to automatically short at the highs, naked short selling. So it's making it easier for some of these stocks to run 25, 30, 50, 100% during the trading day, just so you're aware. Ross has a video out there. It's called Forcing a Market Collapse, Warrior Trading. Just search Warrior Trading on YouTube. Forcing a Market Collapse. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good video. Okay, Palantir making new highs now. Turning back up, Palantir. Okay, S&P 500. Back above VWAP. Doji for now.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls. 0 DTE puts.
Okay, Palantir. Back up to the highs. Palantir, it's trying to break out. You can see over there on the right, Palantir is trying to break out of this tight range. All right, so this is working on a 3-week type pattern. This is a 3rd week. Now, the only stipulation that isn't present is that the run-up generally, you want the run-up to be much longer, not just a few days gapping up. But it is a consolidation nonetheless. And if we break to the upside, that would be a long setup. Palantir recently reported a few weeks ago and their earnings and margins, giving them a rule of 40 score, which is what they use to gauge profitability of these SaaS companies, software as a service companies like Palantir. Rule of 40, okay. They have a score of 155, and it's been growing. In this most recent report, he was very ecstatic, Alex Karp, about earnings and how profitable the company is. They traded a rich PE, but they're adding firms, they're adding customers, both federal and commercial. So Palantir should break out, I would think, to the upside. It had pulled back to start the year, pulled back from the highs late last year into this year. So this reversal with the 50-day turning up 921 up and to the right, this is definitely bullish. Just waiting for the breakout. I already have a position, so we'll be looking for that to happen. If it breaks out, I'll be looking for the first dip to sell some premium, perhaps down here below 170, 165, something like that. Sell premium, buy shares with the premium that you collect, turn around and sell covered calls against the shares you bought on the credit that you received, and have double credits in a bullish setup. That makes sense. It should make sense. That's what I intend to do with Palantir. See if it can get back up. What is it, 50% retracement? Let's see where 50% would take us on Palantir. Palantir on the weekly time frame. Okay, we're already at 50%. I think I already have a chart, actually. Probably. I would think I already marked this up. Palantir. Palantir. This is a 1 minute. No. Weekly. That's PayPal. Palantir. All right, so I don't have a chart yet. Let me just mark this up. Palantir. Let me turn this into a weekly chart. There's no point. It's like 618, right? This is the high. Highs down to the lows. All right, we're past 618. So this is a very strong. All right, so the other mindset is that using Fibonacci's, if you get a bounce, in this case, the weekly time frame, if you get a bounce that's 382, that's considered a pretty decent bounce. If you get a 50% retracement, that's considered a strong bounce. In this case, you should be paying attention because it's telling you that the rebound using Fibonacci's is pretty strong. 618, same idea. Now you've already bounced from the low, the pivot high down to the pivot low. You've bounced 618. That's telling you it's a very strong move. Now, I don't need to tell you that. It's just using Fibonacci's and what the idea is behind it. So the weekly looks good. The daily looks good. We're above the 60-minute 20 EMA. So as this starts to pull away from the 60-minute 20 EMA, this is actually the best place for an entry is near the 60-minute 20 EMA. So we haven't pulled away like we did last week right here. See that move from 172 up to 182? That was a 10-point move in 2 hours. Okay, that was last week. Thursday. And over here, you got a couple of good moves too. So do we follow through and break out Palantir? Probably. 155 on its rule of 40 score. I would write Palantir down in your notes. Let me add this to the watch list. Oops, I don't want that. Save.
Size. 0 DTE. Call strip. Size. Zero DTE. Put strip. Size.
Okay, so this looks pretty good. I'd be banking on this moving higher, breaking out to the highs. 3 weeks tight building right now. All right, looks good. Okay, let's go to the 60-minute.
SP exports. SP exports. 0 DTE.
All right, so it's above the 20. You know what? I
0
already have a position though. I don't want to add to it yet. I want to add on the breakout. I could add now Palantir. Let me see what I have here.
0
MNLP Palantir. I got the October 180, 185s, and I got October 185, 190 calls. If you recall, I had the 180, 185s, and I took it off. What was it, Friday a week ago? Not last Friday, but Friday the previous. Okay, so I took it off, and then I got back into it, but I took the 180, 185s. All right, Palantir. Those are up $50 a contract at the moment. Looking for a breakout. Looks good.
Zero DTE put strip. Size. Sandisk pulse. Zero DTE put strip.
All right, Palantir. Palantir. Palantir, 60-minute, 20 MA. Minute 20 MA on Palantir. Okay. Wait for that breakout. So Bollinger Bands will be squeezing soon. Note the Bollinger Bands are coming together. Caterpillar turning back up.
DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
Zero DTE put strip. Size.
Netflix. Okay, just off the highs. Apple fading now. Apple.
0 DTE put strip. Size. Spider path, long dated. Zero DTE put strip. Size. 0 DTE put strip. Size. Zero DTE put strip. Size. Google polls. Shenanigans. Zero DTE put strip. Size. Google polls. Shenanigans. NVIDIA pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE puts. Size. NVIDIA pulse. Long dated.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
Pulse. Long dated. SPX pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. SPX pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. SPX pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. 0 DTE put strip. Size. SPX pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Meta still climbing to the highs. Meta
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
looks good. Looking for a follow through this week in Meta.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. Micron pulse. Long dated.
DAIC may rise in 10
Deep
seconds.
puts. Zero DTE put strip. Size.
DAIC.
probably part of that, really maybe sacrificing some other goals or like delaying goals so we can travel during the years and feel good about it. So even just having savings accounts earmarked for travel and
DAIC halted down.
it's really finding a balance between enjoying our money today and still being strategic and saving it for the future and long-term goals like retirement.
Yeah, absolutely. Embracing AI with respect to their finances or other things.
Definitely, a lot of millennials are leveraging AI in about 60% are
BTCT.
AI right now in their finances. So it's definitely something that, you know, we as a generation had to overcome a lot of things, you know, the Great Recession, the pandemic, now the AI era, and trying to navigate that and what it means for our finances. And I really think the millennials have been used to pivoting. So, you know, diving into using AI and different tools to help them manage their money is something that I think will only increase as we go.
Anything surprising in this report to you that you just look at it and say, I did that?
Tesla pulse, long dated, deep calls. Tesla pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Think about we've made significant progress in our financial lives. We're actively managing our money. We're redefining what financial success means. And we might still feel behind or overwhelmed on longer-term goals like owning a home. So both can exist, and that story is definitely dynamic, and we deserve to hear the whole story, not just the perspective that we're broken, we spend too much on positives. When the reality is much more than that. We're doing a lot of great things.
Zero DTE puts. Size. Zero DTE call side. Size.
What is better internet? It's the most reliable internet. It's connected with my followers out there. And in here. It's secure internet for you and your family. Keep you check the walls or stay online. It's Wi-Fi and stay on. The power doesn't.
Snowflake turning off the low. Snowflake, that had a nice bounce last week. Snowflake.
NBIS. Shenanigans.
Okay, so we're inside day for now. Looking for that follow-through day. I like when we get 2 days, 2 bullish days in a row for new longs off of a pullback. I like to see volume pick up, so not quite there yet on Snowflake. Looks good though. Bollinger Band is turning in, which is telling me this could stay in this zone for a little bit longer, so no hurry there. Meta, of course, we talked about Meta, higher low. RSI rising, MACD, and stochastics are all set up and ready to go. Meta looks good. Here's Snowflake again. Okay. Meta's still pushing. Meta looks really good. I wouldn't buy it here, obviously. But that dip a few minutes ago at around 2 o'clock, that was a nice reversal. Obviously, you don't buy just because it's moving lower. You got to wait for the reversal and for the moving averages to turn back up. Once the moving averages turn back up, you can get long and put a stop underneath any of these candles wherever you get in. Okay, so let's see what you guys are doing in the trading room. Pretty quiet.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute. DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
All right.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
SPY. SPY.
NVIDIA
Little
Pulse,
pullback here.
long dated. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
I took these off, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Sorry. On the pullback this morning, I took these off, these butterflies. Okay, so we're out of that.
DAIC.
SMTC.
DAIC.
CLBT.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
DAIC.
SMTC.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
Chewy, looking for a breakout. We're starting to show signs of potential breakout. A little bit of selling at the high of the day. Once we get through this area, it looks like the 200-day is next at 26 and change. So maybe mark that one down. You know what? Let me save Chewy to the watch list as well. CHWY. Save it.
NBIS, shenanigans.
All right, let's just sort these by performance today and see how we're doing. Percent change.
Long dated.
5 below. Best. 5 below the best out of the watch list. That's up almost 4% on the day. 5 below.
NBIS, shenanigans.
Disney, another one. Okay, they did sell some at the highs of the day, so you can tell that there's still some day trading going on. People took profits on Disney on that pop this morning, but it looks like it's going to continue. It's above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, so you don't want to buy the high anyway. You want to wait for the next time it pulls back to the 20 EMA. As long as it doesn't break the 20 EMA, like over here, once it gets back above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute, that's your long signal. Put a stop just below the 20 EMA where you get long that hourly candle right there, 103.91 up to 107, and just stay with it until it drops below again and stops you out. Looks good. Disney. Looking good. Let's see what other stocks are giving us 20 EMA. 60-minute. All right, so Netflix is right at the 20 EMA. All right, so this tomorrow should be good, provided we don't rip to the upside. I would put a stop underneath 80. Look for that green line, the 20 EMA, to turn back up. Watching RSI, MACD, stochastics. 20 EMA, 60-minute. Very valid strategy. You could use the daily. I just like using the 60-minute because once you're trending, you can use the 9 EMA or the 5 EMA not shown as your trailing stop. I just prefer to use the 60-minute because it's easier as a strategy. Stay above, you stay long. Drops below, you stop out. Gets back above, you get long. Drops back below, you stop out. And continuation, continue, continue, continue. Right now, we're in a bullish mode. We're looking for a pop to the upside. Does it happen in the next hour? Maybe. We can wait until tomorrow, though. This is trending nicely on the daily time frame. So use the 60-minute with a 10 EMA and a 20 EMA enabled. Watch for those crossovers. When you break a trend, it becomes very obvious. Let's see what Tesla looks like. Tesla, another one. It broke the downtrend back in late July. Once it got above the 20 EMA, you put your stop underneath. Okay, once it breaks above that first bullish candle or two, you just put a stop underneath here and you ride it. You keep riding it until it stops you out. Now, you could take a little bit more noise, or you can stop when it hits this level here. Just move your stop up. Just trail your stop up. Once it gets back above the 20 EMA, get long again. Bring your stop up. Gets back above right there. Follows through. Bring your stop up again. Once it moves back above the 20 EMA, you're long again. Okay, stop below here. Just ride the trend. Now, you could do this with the daily too, obviously. I just like using the 60-minute. Okay, Meta's starting to turn. So Meta is a candidate. Daily looks like it's starting to turn. So what would I do? I'd use the 60-minute 20 EMA for my stops. Okay, got a higher low. First, you have a higher low. We're breaking a downtrend. Not quite. All right, so we got to wait for this to break this downtrend, or just use this as a stop right now. I don't like buying the high of the day, but if you were to get long right here, I'd put a stop underneath that hourly candle and ride it into tomorrow. The last hour, you got another hour and 3 minutes to go. So you could trade it right through this area too. With RSI rising. MACD is bullish. Okay, and the recent pullback, the volume tapered off, which is a good signal. Now we just need to see volume spike back up. And for price to continue. Watch that 20 EMA, the green line, looking for that to turn up. If we break above 175, this is definitely going to trigger a lot of signals at prop desks. Okay. What else is working today? DoorDash. DoorDash has been bullish. Here's another good example, 20 EMA. Look at the daily. Once it breaks a downtrend, let me just zoom out. Okay, once it breaks a downtrend, okay, it broke a downtrend right there. It starts making higher lows. Let me turn Bollinger Bands off. Okay, turn the Bollinger Bands off. It's just a lot of stuff on the screen. Bollinger Bands, none. Okay. So once you break a downtrend, pay attention to your 60-minute. Downtrend, downtrend is broken. You get long. On a push back above the 20 EMA, you put a stop right there. And you ride the trend. You get stopped out up here. Okay. You get long again, get immediately stopped out the next day. And again, right here. Now we're starting to trend again. So we're starting to trend again. So the next time this pulls back, to the 20 EMA, preferably, you're going to get long and look for a follow through. You look for this moving average to continue and ride the trend. Or you can use less noise and you just follow the trend on the daily chart. They both work. DoorDash looking good.
Google Pulse.
All right, so Chewy. All right, so Chewy looks like it's going to continue. Did I cover Chewy? CHWY. Chewy, it's trending. So you know if you look at the 60-minute, it's going to be trending. So the next time it comes back to the 20 EMA, that'll be your entry. Okay, next time. If this had been next time, we would have taken a long here, put a stop underneath, and then just trail this up. Look for prices to turn and continue higher. All right, everything looks fine. Chewy. What about Palantir? Palantir should be, right? Palantir. That's sort of flat. So no signal here. You got a good entry area, provided we get a nice little bounce, like we talked about a few minutes ago. Once you get this big bullish candle, then you can put a stop underneath. Look for it to follow through. Right now, we're still consolidating on the daily. Palantir. We talked about that a few minutes ago. PLTR.
SIG may resume in less than a minute.
All right. Palantir on the daily. Tight range for the last 2 weeks. This is starting week 3. Looking for Palantir to break out. S&P. Okay, just a sideways pattern right along this area of support. 76.60.
SIG may rise in 10 seconds. DAIC halted down.
SP exports. Long dated. Zero DTE put strip. Size. Zero DTE put strip. Size.
DSIG halted to the upside.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE put strip. Size. NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated. Zero DTE put strip. Size.
major Chinese banks major Chinese banks, that would be a major step forward. And really something you have Singapore and really throw U.S.-China economic relations not even to win it, but the
Google polls, long dated, deep calls. 0 DTE puts, size. Zero DTE put strip size. 0 DTE put strip size.
GIP bar. Well, I mean, it's trying to make economic outcasts of our enemies and partners, but as you mentioned earlier, the big China is definitely the major customer for Iranian oil. They were probably, some of the casualties of the high prices we've seen in the last 5 months or so. So it remains very much to be seen what happens to the oil and to the Chinese relationship.
Not only is it what's going on within Iran, but also you have this other factor under pressure. How would that
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
By March 10th, since July 25th, there have been 14 refineries in Russia that have been targeted by Ukrainian drones and very successfully targeted. We don't know that they may be only at 3 or so. And if you go look at what's done in the Persian Gulf, what's done in the Red Sea, argue that this is like the Gatling gun back in the 1860s. This is really revolutionizing warfare.
DAIC may res in 10 seconds.
For things like what? Actually,
now all of that impact on demand is also allowing now the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency allowing food suppliers to grade gas 2 weeks early in order to offset all of this. So what implications does that now have on supply?
DSIG may resume in less than a minute.
Let's go! Long dated.
DAIC halted to the upside.
Climate change is a hoax. So you have this stalemate between the actual governments and the country. I mean, if you did allow the winter grade gasoline September 1st, there's no question it would, increase supply 2 or 3%. GIP bar. Blue state governors are going to block.
If you're a viewer listening right now, you're probably worried that we're going to see the highest prices at the pump in Memorial Day that we have ever seen, and the highest since about
DSIG may res in 10 seconds.
So what is the price that we could see at the pump moving forward?
I think we're through the worst of the gasoline prices. I think there's a good chance that we're going to be marking up this stuff. GIP bar.
All right, New York things are all mixed at the moment. They could look a lot worse for sure. Starting off the week, it's a Monday, not that big a deal.
NVIDIA pulse, long dated.
Okay, so we got buyers at the low of the day. We're at the 21-day, looking for a bounce tomorrow.
Google Pulse. Google Pulse. Shenanigans.
GIPR.
All right, S&P
Tesla Pulse. Shenanigans.
sitting right here near VWAP.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
DSIG may resume in less than a minute. DAIC may rest in 10 seconds.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
DSIG may rest in 10 seconds.
SMH Pulse.
All right, going into the close, we got 290 stocks advancing on the S&P 500, 43 on the Qs. Core 1M is at 926, so that's improving. We have 6 sectors green on the day. We have 4 or 5 red. Energy is red on the day, almost 1%. Healthcare is down, or healthcare is flat. Industrials are down 0.8%, and materials are down 0.25%. Tech is down 1.5%. Okay, looks good.
Spider pulse. 0 DTE pulse. Size.
Microsoft turning back up. Back into the middle of today's range. Not a bad looking day for Microsoft. Looking for a follow through tomorrow, along with Meta, which we discussed already. Meta looking for a break to the upside tomorrow. Palantir, same thing. Palantir just sold a bit. All right, so we haven't broken out. Visa breaking out. Visa breaking out. Okay, end of day. ABCD pattern. Visa ABCD pattern. Probably the same thing with MasterCard. Yep. MasterCard looking very similar. Visa looking pretty nice here. Visa. All right. Let's go to the 5-minute. You can see the pre-market volume higher than normal. Intraday volume. Okay, Visa looks good. DoorDash trending. Chewy looking for that to continue this week. Reviewing the watch list end of day. See how this is doing. Watch list. Five Below, Disney doing very well. Disney. I didn't buy Disney, did I? I don't think I did. Disney. Disney. No, I didn't buy Disney. Okay, cool.
0 DTE calls.
Netflix.
Size.
Disney looking good. Meta, we added to the watch list. Chewy, we added. AT&T trending. AT&T is trending along with Visa, Verizon. These were already on the watch list. Verizon breaking out.
SP exports.
GIPR.
SP exports. Long dated.
All right. Coming into the last 39 minutes of the trading day, 38 minutes, 30 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, August the 24th. $38 minutes to go.
DAIC halted down.
Okay, I have to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Tesla pulse.
Whenever you come up here, make sure that she understands you getting the key. Okay? Yeah. Otherwise, I'll just start hiding it somewhere else. Yeah, there's that. She's going to say the same thing. That's what I'm doing. Huh? Here, you want a knife? Sure. I'll have some cheese, some crackers or something with this.
0
Yeah,
DT.
bring it in your room.
Sign.
GIPR.
0 DTE. Sign.
Okay, Microsoft turning back up.
Nvidia Pulse.
DAIC may resume in less than a minute.
SPX Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
Microsoft still pushing a bit higher. All right, Microsoft turning up. Okay, using the 60-minute 20 EMA. This is a good entry in this area for a follow through. Let me. Do I want to buy now? Let's see. No. Or I'll wait until tomorrow. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait until tomorrow. See if I can't get a good entry on a follow through. I want to buy. I don't want to buy in this last half an hour of the trading day, but it does look good. Microsoft starting to build a bullish break of this flag or consolidation.
VIX Pulse. VIX Pulse.
DAIC.
All right, so Microsoft looking good. 20 EMA on the 60-minute, giving us a buy signal. We break out through 490.61 tomorrow. All right, starting to pull back right now. Okay, consolidating. It looks good, though. Microsoft should be good tomorrow. Again, stocks on the watch list. Let's go take a look at those. End of day. 5 below, doing well. 5 below. Nice breakout today. 5 below. Been on the watch list for several weeks. Disney did retreat a little bit from the highs. Good reason not to chase. Wait for your B and C pivots. Okay, so here's A, here's B. Looking for a higher low, C. All right, tomorrow looks like it'll be a good day for Disney. Potentially. Meta, Chewy, AT&T, Verizon, Amazon, we added. Microsoft was on it, right? Google, we added. Netflix has been on the watch list. Netflix trending. It's taking its merry time. Okay.
SB Express, long dated. SB Express, long dated.
What's up, bro? Connected? Oh, cool. GGR. Yeah. GIPR.
DAIC halted down. GIPR.
GGR. GIPR.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call sign. Size, SanDisk Pulse, long dated, deep calls. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
GIPR. GGR.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Okay, stocks are consolidating. S&P 500. Doji spinning top at the 21-day. I should have added those. I should have added these puts back. I closed these this morning at the low. I closed these over here this morning at the low of the day. All right, gold. Gold is on the move. GC. Alerted to that weekend video, we talked about gold futures would most likely continue to move higher. So it looks like they're buying the dip in gold. I prefer to buy the dip than the high of the day. So this dip is getting bought, or shorts are covering. Stocks that could follow through: AEM, Agnico Eagle Mines, Anglo Gold, Coeur d'Alene, Coeur, CEUR, right? Coeur, is Coeur, is that like French for heart? Barrick Mining, all of these moving higher. Following through. Just don't want to chase it up here. I want to get our first pullback. Newmont Mining.
DAIC may rise in 10 seconds.
Freeport McMoran, Southern Copper, Pan American Silver. That looks good. Pan American Silver buying the dip earlier. Pan American Silver. SLV. Actually pulling back a little bit right now. Harmony Gold. All of those look good. Wait for a dip now. Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft looks good.
DTE puts size. 0 DTE puts size. USO puts. Micron pulse. 0 DTE call strip. Size. Zero DTE put strip. Size.
GIPR.
GIPR.
Zero DTE.
Hmm.
Size.
All right, moving a bit higher. Let's see. Some of these stocks that are showing very high sizzle scores. Let's see. Zura, ZURA. That was very active today. Zura. Zura Bio. Okay. Biotech stocks. XBI. That's another area to pay attention to. We got buyers at the low of the day today. XBI. So there's your signal again. 20 EMA. Price moving back above the 20 EMA. Look for that to turn up tomorrow. No need to do anything right now. It's end of the day. Zura Bio.
VIX pulse. VIX pulse. VIX banner. VIX pulse. VIX banner.
Similar web, whatever this is, SMWB. This is a very high relative volume score. SUPV, Grupo Supervale, nice bounce. PUSA, just looking at stocks that had very high relative volume. GALT, GALT. Percent change gainers on Thinkorswim, GALT. GALT. Galantin Therapeutics. A lot of these biotechs have been bid lately. FWDI. Okay, nice pop. Forward Industries, not sure what they do. BR, coming off the low. Bitcoin, of course, having a good day. Bitcoin. Last week, we're up. Looking for a follow through. Looking for it to get through 80,000. You could trade BITX, fairly inexpensive way to play it. I just wouldn't buy it right here. I'm looking for dips. Nice volume. JANX, JANX. Another breakout candidate. All of these biotechs, therapeutic companies, a lot of them are on the percent gainers list on Thinkorswim. You can check those out as make it a watch. These have very high sizzle scores. Okay. Xenatech. Zeta, ZETA. That's on the watch list. Looking for the breakout. Rubric, RBRK. They have earnings this week on the 27th. Tesla, what are you doing, Tesla? Tesla giving back Friday's gains. Shake Shack trending. RELY. Now, this one's an interesting company. Remidify. This helps immigrants send money from the United States back to their host countries. And they just continue to grow like crazy. Halozyme Therapeutics up again today on the watch list. MDT, Medtronic, trending off today. MEDP, trending. Micron, looking for it to get back up above the 50-day. Micron and the memory companies, SanDisk. Arista Networks, inside day, was looking for a bounce, nothing there yet. Dexcom, looking for a follow through, trending. Copart, I took this one off last week. 2 weeks ago, Friday, Grover mentioned this one. I got into it and wrote it into Thursday last week. Wasn't in it on Friday or today. Looking for Copart to flag and break higher above the 200-day. AMD, looking for a bounce on AMD. Nothing yet. ADPT, another biotech trending. So the watch list for the most part looks pretty good. And the extended list down below, there's miners, tankers. Let's see. Scorpio tankers. Scorpio tankers, STNG. Nothing there. VCTR, that was active last week. And BIRT, Virtu Financial took off on Friday, inside day, looking for a follow through next week. These are on the extended list down below. WPM, Wheaton Precious Metals, and WT, Wisdom Tree Investments, trending. This is a decent one. Just put your money. It's not volatile. It's a low beta fund. SCHD, trending. SPHD, these are all ETFs I like to have shares in. DIV. Yeah, the markets look okay.
Zero DTE put strip. Start. Zero DTE call strip. Zero DTE call strip. Zero DTE put strip. Size. Hi ho silver. Away. Long dated. Deep.
Silver on the move.
Hi ho silver. Away. Long dated. Deep calls. Zero DTE call strip. Zero DTE put strip. Size. SP exports. Long dated. Zero DTE puts. Zero DTE call strip. Zero DTE put strip.
XPON.
Zero DTE put strip. Size. Zero DTE call strip.
XPON.
Zero DTE put strip.
We looked at the general macro set of indicators and said that that's going to look close with the time to time. Those days are over.
EMI.
The capacity to spend is
Q's pulse.
but the desire to spend on brands across the board, I would say, is lower than I've seen it for a while. So it's very drastic. And when you say specifically, you'll notice that Ferguson did really well for Estee Lauder.
Zero DTE put strip. EMI. Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Subsector within beauty is doing better than skincare and makeup across the board. But that's a little bit so much of it.
GIP bar.
What do you think about the importance of getting into where consumers are these days? I know that Estee Lauder is leaning into Amazon, leaning into TikTok Shop. How important is that? The future, it's been a tough channel for
Zero DTE put strip. Zero DTE put.
But that is between that and what I would call specialty stores like Sephora and Ulta, they're still doing relatively well. Traditional retailers.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Well, we got 8 minutes to go. A little bit less than 8 minutes to go.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Shenanigans.
So there's a lot of noise, there's a lot to cut through, plus it is what it is. How do you identify your customer on this platform? How do you hear them? Say, you know, some on this social media platform, sometimes we use discounts to get consumers to buy. You know, it is a more price sensitive one because it's truly a mass.
Holy cow. SPX put.
Skew younger, especially when you get into TikTok, that skews very young. That is
SMH Pulse.
But again, they're some of the brands they're actually doing to lift and carry the rest of the group. There will be anything a lot to see how exactly Gen Z plays all these luxury brands and they begin to have their own income and so on. But when you think about the price point of these goods, Tapestry, Coat brand, really two brands with those younger customers, it's just that they have that right.
VIX Pulse.
Netflix bouncing, Microsoft bouncing,
VIX Banger.
Meta bouncing.
Spider Pulse, long dated. Holy cow. SPX put.
Are saying there's just better value, and I think all the consumers, even those who have need, are still looking for perceived value. And I think Ralph Lauren and have been exceptional in telling their story, in still creating a strong service proposition for the customer, and in pricing what is perceived as fair.
USO Pulse.
ARCT.
Zero DTE Pulse. Holy cow. SPX puts.
ARCT.
VIX pulse.
GIPR.
ARCT. MBAX. ARCT. FCEL.
NVIDIA pulse. Long dated.
GIPR.
FCEL.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Tesla pulse. Long dated. Micron pulse. Long dated. Micron pulse. Long dated. Micron pulse. Long dated.
ABBX.
All right, a little bounce here. Last couple of minutes of the trading day. We got about a minute and 30 seconds to go.
RPG now.
RPD.
AMD pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. 0 DTE put strip. Size.
All right, that's the closing bell.
RPG now. I can eat.
All right, folks, I got a hard stop as usual. Have a great evening, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday, August the 24th, 4 p.m. straight up the closing bell. I hope you had a good day today. It was kind of slow afternoon, but in the morning session it was pretty decent. We have some candidates that we added to the watch list, Google and Amazon and Meta. Looking for some continuation in some of these tomorrow. Visa, MasterCard, those did well, breaking higher. The banks starting to gear up a bit. All the biotechs look like they could continue as well. So we'll be looking for that tomorrow. Have a great evening. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.